Ready to go? Okay, I'm going to call to order our regular scheduled city council meeting of May the 27th. If you'll please all rise, and Commander Benson, would you please lead us in the pledge tonight? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, Council Agency Authority Member Barrios. Present. Council Agency Authority Member Taylor. Here. Council Agency Authority Member Warren. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Vice Chairman Torres. Here. And Mayor Chairman Schauber.
Here.
Thank you.
Our special presentations and awards. We have a proclamation declaring the month of May through August the 25th as Drowning Prevention and Awareness Month. Always watch the water, never swim alone.
This is the City of Stanton Proclamation, Drowning Prevention and Awareness Month of May through August 2025. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that I, Donald Torres, Mayor Pro Tem of the City of Stanton, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby declare the months of May through August 2025 to be Drowning Prevention and Awareness Months. Always watch the water and never swim alone throughout the City of Stanton, and in doing so, encourage the citizens of this community to join with me to become partners in preparedness by increasing their knowledge of water safety measures and drowning prevention strategies, and to promote the many public safety activities and efforts of the Orange County Fire Authority during the Drowning Prevention and Awareness Months. Thank you.
Have OCFA here to accept the proclamation.
If I can have CFA and our
I can't. There you go. See? It's more scary.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council and city staff, as well as the audience, I want to say thank you on behalf of Orange County Fire Authority for supporting our Drowning Prevention Month. Unfortunately, over 4,000 people died in the United States last year alone from drowning, and over 100 in this county alone as well. It still is the leading cause of traumatic death for children under the age of 5 in this county, so the prevention portion of it is very important to us. This month we're focused on water safety and a couple things we can do around the water to be safe. So for the kids' purposes, first and foremost, these sound obvious, but they often get forgotten. So let's try and remind ourselves that if your kid cannot swim, please do not let your child out of arm reach of you when around a body of water. If they can't swim, don't ever trust that. Make sure they're always attended by an adult. Make sure you have a gate around your pool, and the gate is locked, and the child cannot access that lock or that gate. Have a water watcher. So if you are going to have a party, like maybe during Memorial Day weekend or 4th of July weekend, you can go down to the local pool and hire a lifeguard or have an adult that's designated for one purpose job is to watch the pool at all times and rotate that individual through so they don't get bored and lose sight of what they're there to do is to watch the kids. As far as adults go, 40 million adults have not been shown how to properly swim. Knowing how to properly swim decreases the chance of drowning by almost 85%. As an adult, never swim alone. Always have someone there with you, watching you at all times. And if you can't swim as an adult, it's okay. Make sure you wear a Coast Guard approved flotation device. And last but not least, regardless of drowning or not, we encourage all adults to learn CPR in case they come across an issue where they may have to use it. So on behalf of the Orange County Fire Authority, we do appreciate your support, and thank you very much.
Will announce that this month celebrates the 30th anniversary of the OCFA, founded in 1995. Moving on to the consent calendar. All items can be taken in one motion. Is there any request to speak on any items?
Calendar items, we do not.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to you. We have approval of items A through G. Is there a motion? I'll move it. Sure.
Motion by Barrios. Do we have a second? All in favor? Any opposed? Hearing none. Consent calendar items pass 5-0. We'll move on to item 6D. Resolution terminating the local emergency declared by the city as a result of the damage to the westerly end Stanton Park pedestrian bridge. Mr. Warren, your questions for staff, sir?
No real questions. I just wanted to thank Caesar for getting this taken care of and allow him a moment to take a victory lap on getting this accomplished. I know many residents have been highly requesting this to be done, so I want to thank you and your department for getting it wrapped up. And happy we can finally terminate this.
That's our consent calendar. We'll move on to our, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. All in favor? Anybody opposed? Anybody abstained? That passes 5-0.
Thank you, sir.
All right, moving on to our public hearings. We'll begin with item 7A. Handling that.
So good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. We have before you this evening abatement, receipt and consideration of itemized report, notice of lien and claim of the City of Stanton for the property located at 11821 Santa Rosalia, Stanton 90680. The city is pursuing cost recovery for the court-authorized abatement of the property located again at 11821 Santa Rosalia due to a series of unsafe and unsightly conditions. For the record, the abatement took place in 2024. Code issues and notices were sent to the property owner dating back to 2022. This has been a long-standing issue, and the city was forced to obtain a court abatement warrant, which is provided to you this evening on the dais, as well as in the lobby for those members of the public who wish to see that warrant as well. This warrant was issued in August of 2024. The city properly sent notices to the owner on title and to the property itself via United States Postal Service certified mail and regular mail. The city has evidence that the property owner notice was signed and accepted. The public hearing is where persons may submit their comments or concerns regarding this item. And at this time, I'd like to introduce Director Wren to provide details on the condition of the property in which required the abatement of said property. Director Wren?
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Obviously, we don't do this quite often, but this particular property was egregious in nature and was determined to be a very serious hazard to the entire neighborhood, particularly the adjacent homes. The material in the front essentially went from the front door to the very front yard, actually in layers. getting up to about 6, 7, 8 feet high in different parts. There were vehicles under years of refuse, overgrowth. Was a very dangerous situation inside the property. When we were highly engaged, there were 5 individuals living there. An elderly couple in the back had no safe ingress or egress throughout the property. So that was one of the main contributing factors that pushed us this route in terms of having to address the property with immediacy.
Thank you, Director Wren. And then at this time, I would like to note that the recommended action for this evening is that the City Council find this item not subject to CEQA, conduct a public hearing and receive public input. And with that, per our agenda and our guidelines, we only accept comment via written comment or in person. So I would like to note for the record that we did receive a written public comment, and that is before you on the dais as well as in the lobby for public consumption, is that a gentleman by the name of Michael Gibson is requesting that this item be postponed until he can get legal representation. So that item will be recorded into the record but not read in its totality. And then confirm and accept the itemized report for services and reimbursable charges, including costs, interest, and penalties that may continue to accrue. And confirm and accept the notice of lien, claim of the City of Stanton, and authorize the city manager to execute on behalf of the city. And direct the city clerk upon acceptance to file the notice of lien with the county clerk recorder, County of Orange, and request special assessment be placed on the county tax roll. That concludes staff's report. Staff is available to answer any questions that you may have. Mr. Mayor.
I'm going to open the public hearing on this at this particular time. If there's anyone that would like to address item 7A, please come forward. If you haven't filled out a card, you can do that after you have a chance to speak. So anybody that would like to speak, please come forward.
Is there any members of the audience wishing to speak on this item?
Yeah.
Okay. Sir, if you can just come to the podium.
Kind of nervous because my brother he lives in Arizona, so it's been hard for him to come down here and fix the house.
Right.
So when I try to call him and let him know all this, time went by so fast, and I didn't know that they were gonna do. But the front yard is clean already. Everything's clean, and we're keeping everything up to code, and what needs to be done. You know, it's kind of hard for me and to try to do anything because I'm not working right now, but still. I try to maintain and keep everything in control while my brother's in Arizona. You know, and I was trying to get my daughter over there. She just had a baby, but to have her move in, her and her baby. But I didn't know that all this was going to take place. What needs to be done so we could keep the house. I'm not too sure. I'm not too good in words of what I'm saying, but I don't want to lose the house. That's all we got. What needs to be done so we could keep it?
Sir, for clarification, you're the brother of the property owner? Yes. Just to clarify what the staff report recommendation is, it's just to put a lien on the property because the city had to engage its own professional services to do the abatement based on health and safety. So when and if the property gets sold to another buyer, as part of the proceeds from that sale, we will be reimbursed for the costs that the city expended. So it's not you're not going to lose the house, it's just placing the lien on the property.
Well, until everything's paid off? To the city?
Well, so when the property transfers ownership, at that time during a sale, proceeds will be taken from that sale to reimburse the city for the cost of the abatement services.
Okay.
Does that help clarify? Okay.
So we're safe till right now till we get everything.
As long as you keep everything maintained in the manner that you need to not have any further code enforcement cases.
Is it possible we can make payments on it? Or do we have to pay full?
Once we take this action, you cannot make payments towards it.
And how long will it take to?
Whenever the house is sold.
So meaning that, correct me if I'm wrong, you can remain in the home, but however, when you decide or if your brother decides to sell the home, the lien protects the city and will pay that from your proceeds of the sale to the city. So right now, there's no payments and you will not be making any payments unless you decide to sell your home.
Okay, now, let's say we keep the home, and is there any way we can pay you guys back, or we have to pay the full amount? What needs to be paid?
Once we take this action, it will be on the property, so there's no opportunity to pay it back until the home is sold at some point.
So,
In other words, it's a lien, say 5,000, you guys, it's on the house. So if you live there the rest of your life, you never have to pay it back until you guys sell the house. And then that 5,000, when it goes into escrow, say I buy it, then I have to, it comes out of that pot and it goes to the city. So as long as it's clean, you guys owe nothing until you sell that house.
okay,
So if your daughter lives in there, any relatives, and you never sell it, you don't have to pay anything. But when you do sell it, that's when you have to pay.
okay,
And they'll know during escrow that they'll see the lien on the property, and it'll say, okay, you know what is your name again?
John Murillo.
John, there's a lien of $5,000, so you sell the house for $1 million, $5,000, we have to use that to pay for the city, the rest of it is your guys's. Does that make sense?
Yeah, like probate, something like that, almost,
It wouldn't call it probate, it gets messy if it goes in probate, you know, but it's just, you don't pay anything now until you sell the house.
okay.
And if you keep it in the family, if I'm right,
Actually will trigger the repayment as well, if there's a transfer of ownership of title.
or the ownership of the house, if it's under your brother's name, say he transfers it to your name, then you'll have to pay.
Okay,
So paying, or selling the house, or transferring the ownership to someone else, that's when you have to pay.
part of the lien, yeah,
Yes.
okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate you guys listening to me.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
HD, there's no interest on that, is there?
Correct.
Mayor, that's correct. There's no interest on the lien. Don't.
It's recorded, then that's it.
That's right.
Okay, then we just let them live their life. Okay.
Say his family wants to pay it, say they come into money and they want to pay it just to get it off that lien off the house, can they do that?
Mayor and council, I would, this is going to be recorded against the property. That might be, the county would collect that and then pay the city. If I assume that if someone wants to pay a lien off more quickly, then they'd have the ability to do that. But in terms of negotiating directly with the city for a payment plan, this case has been going on since 2022. And so it's one of those situations where we've gotten to this point and there's really no real negotiating at this point.
Is the property owner noticed?
We followed all proper noticing requirements to the owner on record,
Whoever is on the
to
title.
whoever is on record.
And that was via USPS certified mail and regular mail to ensure it got through both ways, one requiring signature and one not requiring signature.
And when did we start that?
So both notification was sent out on May 12th, and both have been signed for and accepted as of May 15th.
The owner that signed for it?
So to be safe, we mailed it to the property owner on title by name, and then also in a general property owner, no name.
Signed it.
So for one, we haven't received, for one of the certified letters, we haven't received back the certified mail, but under tracking through USPS, it just says that it was delivered and signed for. The other letter was signed by a Felix Ortega on May 15.
They're the residents, right?
I'm not sure who's the residents, we only have property owner by title.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, is there anyone else appearing to speak on this item? Mr. Mayor, hearing none, seeing none, would you like to close the public hearing?
Is there anyone else who would like to address item 7A? Okay, I'm going to close it and bring it back to the council. We have the following recommended action. We have number 1, no secret problem. We've had the public hearing. We confirmed the accepted itemized report for services that are reimbursable. Confirm and accept notice of lien. claim of the city, authorize the city manager to execute on behalf of the city, and direct the city clerk upon acceptance of the file of notice of lien with the county clerk recorder, and request a special assessment be placed on the county tax rolls. So we're going to go through items 1 through 5.
Do we have a motion? A second?
Please.
Councilmember Warren? Aye. Councilmember Barrios? Aye. Councilmember Taylor? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Torres?
Yes.
And Mayor Shaver?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Item passes 5-0.
No unfinished business. New business. This will be item 9A. This is an introduction of the fiscal year 2025-2026 proposed operating capital budget. This will be presented to the City Council for review and discussion.
Okay, if you can give us just a minute while we get our presentation up. Perfect. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. Staff would like to welcome everyone to the City of Stanton Budget Workshop for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2026. Tonight's workshop consists of 8 sections covered by 71 slides. The accompanying draft operating budget can be found online on the city's website and was included as part of the published agenda on Thursday, May 22nd. After I present the workshop guidelines and goals, Finance Director Michelle Bannigan will present overviews for the overall budget, general fund, reserve funds, and successor agency. Following the overviews, we will present highlights from the current year, the coming year, and the CIP program. We'll end the workshop with a discussion of decision packages for the council's consideration and direction. On behalf of the entire city staff, we are pleased to present the draft fiscal year 2025-26 operating budget this evening. I would like to thank the mayor and city council for their leadership and support throughout the year and for setting a course that reflects the values and priorities of the community. I would also like to thank the department directors and their teams for working diligently on the operating budget, which will form a work plan for the upcoming year, supporting the implementation and realization of the council's budgeted goals and objectives. And finally, I'd like to provide a special acknowledgement to the finance team, and especially Michelle Bannigan, Amy Massey, and Victoria Holgan for all their efforts working on this year's budget. The city's budget memorializes the city's capacity to effectively fund and deliver essential municipal services that contribute to the quality of life enjoyed by residents and businesses. The city's budget serves as a financial and policy plan that guides decisions made during each fiscal year and is the single most important document we have for determining the future of the city. In reviewing our performance over the past year and looking forward to the goals of the coming year, the budget provides insight into the opportunities and challenges we face. So at this time, I'd like to lay out the workshop guidelines and goals. We'll present the proposed operating budget and CIP. We will gather council and community input and feedback. That's why it's a workshop. So please feel free to ask questions as we go through each slides, but we will also pause at certain points to make sure we haven't missed any opportunities for questions. After Michelle and I collect all the feedback from this evening and with council direction, we will finalize the budget, which will be brought back to the council at the first meeting in June for adoption. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Director Bannigan.
Thank you. In developing the revenue estimates for the upcoming fiscal year, staff relied on information provided by the city's consultant, HDL Companies, who was forecasting that the local economy will be flat next year. As a result, the revenue estimates in the fiscal year 2025-2026 proposed budget are conservative. And in developing the city's expenditure estimates for next year, staff considered the costs associated with providing quality core municipal services to the community and leveraging those costs with efficiencies through grant funding, technology improvements, and contract support where appropriate. The city's total budget consists of over 30 funds. For those who need a definition, a fund is a pool of money set aside for a specific purpose. Some of those purposes are defined by state law, grants, or other agreements, city council resolution, or just by management decision. In next year's budget, total revenues for all city funds are estimated at $47.5 million. Total expenditures for all funds are estimated at $49.2 million. Estimated expenditures for all funds are more than estimated revenues for all funds. Our budget presentation is going to focus on the city's general fund. I previously mentioned the city's total budget includes over 30 funds. The city's general fund represents 72% of the total citywide budget for revenues and expenditures. The general fund is the city's primary operating fund. Most of the city's revenues, including property taxes, sales taxes, Measure GG taxes, etc., are recorded in the city's general fund. The general fund includes the costs for the city's day-to-day services. For example, the general fund includes 79% of the city's personnel costs and 100% of the city's contract costs with the Orange County Sheriff's Department and Orange County Fire Authority. This presentation shows a snapshot of our general fund budget bottom line.
Thank you, Michelle. I'm just going to interject during this slide to walk the council and the audience through the 4 columns that you see on this slide. So the budget bottom line shows you the revenues less expenditures. And in an ideal world, cities are wanting to provide councils with balanced budgets, and that means revenues are greater than expenditures. So you can see, looking back over the last fiscal year, 2024-25, when you adopted it in June of last year, we had revenues estimated at approximately $35.4 million, with expenditures at approximately $34.8 million, returning a surplus to the council of just under $600,000. Now, during that time, the council was able to use that surplus to look at decision packages that were not funded. Those are items either brought forth by the commissions, the community, or the council themselves, and sometimes staff as well, for the council to decide on one-time costs in addition to some that are evergreen. During the budget year process, we also look at what the actual results are in comparison to what the projections and estimates were, and that's why you see an amended column as well. There's a fine line for a council in providing services to the community. You want to make sure that you have a balanced budget, but the purpose of a city is also not to hoard monies, but to use those monies in a way that best impacts the quality of life for residents and businesses. So you can see that throughout the year, as additional expenditures and higher than anticipated revenues came in, the council did make adjustments, select other projects and programs for funding. So at the mid-year, we had a surplus of just under $200,000. This year, we are showing you 2 columns because there was a significant change to the expenditures for the city that we were not anticipating, and that has placed us in a deficit position for the first time in a few years. So the proposed budget, the 3rd column, shows you for fiscal year 25-26, if we had maintained our Orange County Sheriff's Department contract at current census levels with the incorporated increase for the upcoming fiscal year, we would have returned a surplus of just over $800,000 to the council. During the budget preparation process, there were discussions and negotiations with the Orange County Sheriff's Department regarding the addition of 5 additional deputies and 1 additional motor deputy. This budget was built anticipating inclusion of that augmentation to the existing contract, which placed the city in a deficit position for the proposed operating budget to the tune of just over $400,000. Now, later in this presentation, you'll see some of the cuts we've had to make to city departments and programs, and you'll also see how we're proposing to fill this budget, which is currently projected to be filled with community benefit fees from our cannabis retail outlets. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Michelle.
Thank you, Hannah. So when you see slides in a couple of slides from now, we will not be showing expenditures more than revenues, because like Hannah just mentioned, we have a one-time availability of this deficit to fund with our new revenue stream of cannabis community benefit fees. We have about 2 years of accumulated funds from that new revenue source that we can use to plug this one time. That amount of money will not be available in future years. One last point on this slide is $306,300 of the proposed budget is being funded from the general fund assigned fund balance to fund professional drone services of $11,300 and to fund 2 CIP projects totaling $295,000, which will be discussed later in today's presentation. So this slide, we're going to overview what are the estimates that are included in our general fund revenues for next year. Total general fund revenue estimates are $35.4 million next year, which is an 8% increase from our adopted budget from 24-25. Significant assumptions included in next year's budget are a 3% increase in total property tax revenue, a 2% increase in sales tax and Measure GG tax revenues as provided by our consultant HDL companies. I do want to point out that the industries with the largest growth expected next year are the state and county pools, which generate tax revenue from online sales, and DMV registrations from new car sales with Stanton addresses, and the food and drugs industry, which includes our cannabis businesses, and finally, our autos and transportation industries, which includes car supply stores. Next, we have an increase in our cannabis tax revenue of 58%. Again, all of these percentages are based on our adopted budget from 24-25 to what we're proposing next year. So the reason why we have a 58% increase is, one, to be consistent with the adjustment we made at the mid-year for this revenue, which was about a $627,000 increase at the mid-year. Also, next year, we do expect some new revenue from 2 of our retail cannabis businesses as they expand their services to include delivery services. At least one of them has started that service so far at the second half of this fiscal year, and next year we're estimating that both of them will have 12 months of that new service. And then lastly, next year's budget also expects revenue from payments related to the extension of 1 cannabis cultivation business permit. The deadline for these 2 businesses to return their signed amendments to extend their cultivation business permits and pay the city their outstanding fees is this Thursday. So as of the information we have right now, that revenue is part of this projection. And we are only projecting that one of the 2 businesses will choose to take that extension offer. How much is the revenue?
We projected.
For the one business that's in our budget for next year, it's $91,290. So we may have additional, if we have to make a change, that will be part of the staff report when we bring the budget back for adoption.
Come forward, then we don't have that 91, right?
Correct. We'll have to reduce our revenue estimate by $91,290. And we will know before you adopt the budget if that's going to happen. Next, franchise fees are increasing 14% from this year's adopted budget, which translates to about $165,000, while cable TV franchise fees are expected to be flat next year, and gas franchise fees are expected to decline about 26% next year. Revenues from electricity, refuse, and water are expected to increase between 14% and 40% next year based on revenues collected to date so far this year. Utility user taxes are increasing 2% from this year's adopted budget. The city is expecting revenues from our telephone and gas services to continue to decline next year. However, the reductions from those services are offset by anticipated increases in our electricity and water utility user taxes, resulting in a net increase of 2% next year. Building, planning, and engineering fees are increasing 14% from this year's adopted budget. Although the Community Development Department expects the number of permits to be issued next year will be lower than the amount of permits issued this year, this increase reflects the increase to the city's master fee schedule that the City Council approved on January 14th. In addition, next year's revenues also include the additional 3.4% increase to the fee structure that the council approved on April 22nd to increase those fees by CPI. Parking citation revenue is increasing 33% next year. This is assuming that the City Council will decide to continue contracting out overnight parking enforcement services with SB Plus in tonight's decision package. And lastly, transfers from other funds are increasing 45% from this year's adopted budget, primarily due to the $414,845 transfer from the Cannabis Community Benefit Fees Fund previously mentioned. The next 3 slides present the general fund revenues in different formats. This slide shows the history of the city's general fund revenues for the past 11 years and next year's proposed budget. Since fiscal year 2014-2015, the general fund's revenues have more than doubled, increasing from $18.4 million in fiscal year 2014-2015 to $35.4 million next year. That's a $16.9 million increase. I want to point out that Measure GG was approved by the Stanton voters in November 2014, and so the city began collecting that revenue towards the end of fiscal year 2015. And in November 2019, Stanton voters approved an increase in our TOT tax, transient occupancy tax, from 8% to 12%, and we started collecting that in the last 6 months of fiscal year 2020. The next slide illustrates the general fund revenues by major revenue source for fiscal year 22-23 22-23-2024 actuals, the fiscal year 2024-2025 adopted budget, the fiscal year 2024-2025 amended budget, and the last column is our fiscal year 2025-2026 proposed budget. The city's 3 largest revenues are at the top of the table: property taxes, sales taxes, and transaction and use taxes, or Measure GG. These 3 revenue categories make up 63% of total general fund revenues. The next slide shows the general fund revenues in a pie chart. It's kind of small to see what the words are, but it demonstrates the city's diverse revenue tax base, meaning one slice of the pie is not representing the majority of the whole pie. A diverse revenue structure like the city of Stanton's means we are not relying solely on property taxes or solely on sales taxes during economic downturns, and so we are better positioned to be resilient during economic downturns. The next couple slides are educational for the city's residents and stakeholders. This slide shows the breakdown of the City of Stanton's 8.75% sales tax rate, which includes the following. The statewide base rate is 7.25%. Of that 7.25%, the city's portion is at orange slice, which is 1%. In addition, Orange County voters approved Measure M in 1990 that added 0.5% to the tax rate to be used for transportation improvements in the county. It initially had a 20-year sunset period. However, in 2006, Orange County voters approved the extension of this tax for another 30 years. So this tax is enacted through 2041. And then, as previously mentioned, Stanton voters approved Measure GG in the November 2014 election, which increased the sales tax rate by 1%. So out of the entire 8.75%, the city of Stanton receives 2%. This chart on the left shows the increase in the city's assessed valuation over the last 12 years. The city's assessed valuation has doubled during this period from $2.2 billion in fiscal year 2013-2014 to $4.3 billion in fiscal year 2024-2025. Although it's very small, the bar graph to the right shows the breakdown of $1 of property tax. The city of Stanton's portion is the red piece, And this is to illustrate that less than 14 cents of each property tax dollar goes to the city of Stanton, whereas 67 cents of each dollar goes to education at either the school district or the county level. So moving on to yes, sir.
So how many millions of that go to the schools?
67 cents.
How many millions?
I can do the algebra after this meeting.
about
I know that our less than 14 cents is 10.3 million.
And they get about 80 million, right?
Right.
So school districts get 80 million, we only get about 10 million of it.
10.2 million.
So basically, we don't get much of anything.
We get less than 14 cents. Okay, total general fund expenditures are increasing 3% from $34.8 million in the fiscal year 2024-2025 adopted budget to $35.6 million in the fiscal year 2025-2026 proposed budget. I do want to comment that $2.6 million of the fiscal year 2024-2025 adopted budget included funding from the general fund assigned fund balance that are not included in the fiscal year 2025-2026 proposed budget. The two largest cost drivers in the general fund expenditure budget include our public safety contract costs. With the additional 6 deputies, the OCSD contract costs are increasing 14% or $2 million from our adopted budget. This includes a 4% cost of living increase for all positions, 6 new deputies, and I do want to give them credit for reductions in costs for unfunding 1 crime prevention specialist position, reducing their overtime budget by $400,000, and crediting the city for the cost of 1 deputy and 20% of the cost of the captain. The Orange County Fire Authority contract costs are increasing by 4% or $234,410 next year. Next year's budget also includes a cost of living increase of 2.75% for our salary schedule, except for certain part-time positions, our recreation leaders, our senior recreation leaders, and our interns. These positions receive years of salary increases when the state of California increased minimum wage during the fiscal years that the rest of city staff are not receiving any wage increases. Therefore, staff is recommending a 1% cost of living increase for these positions. The total impact on the general fund for this cost of living increase is $132,325. I do want to comment that the CPI increase for the Orange County, Los Angeles, and Long Beach area as of December 2024 was 3.4%. So these are below the annual CPI increase. Parking enforcement costs are increasing 144% to continue the overnight parking enforcement contracted services. The increase also includes the increase in parking citation payment processing costs and the share of parking citation revenue the city is mandated by state law to send the county, which is approximately $11 of each $50 citation. Other cost drivers in our budget include liability insurance costs are increasing 40% from the adopted budget. 17% of that is related to premiums. The rest is related to estimated out-of-pocket costs for general liability insurance claims, which have been increasing over the last couple of years. Workers' compensation costs are increasing 16% from the current adopted budget. 16% of that is due to a premium increase with the California Joint Powers Insurance Authority, and the rest is due to the city's out-of-pocket claim costs for workers' compensation claims. Lastly, the city's medical insurance rates have been volatile over the last few years, with increases ranging from 4% to double-digit increases. So to be conservative, staff has estimated a 15% in next year's rates. We don't have the rates for calendar year 2026. So that is where the assumption comes in. Same with dental and vision insurance. Those have been more modest increases at 2% each per year. We don't have the calendar year 2026 rates yet, so we've estimated a 2% increase. The graph on the right kind of highlights some changes in our personnel costs. The biggest takeaway is that the city's total employee headcount is reducing from 72 staff to 69 staff next year. The fiscal year 2024-2025 adopted budget included 1 full-time and 5 part-time limited-term positions that were funded with general fund assigned fund balance funds through June 30th, 2025. These positions are currently vacant and are not funded in next year's budget. 4 of the part-time positions were recreation leaders, which is why the slide on the right shows a reduction in part-time hours by 3,384 hours next year. Some departments, like Public Works and Finance, reorganized their staffing during fiscal year 2024-2025 when vacancies occurred during their departments. However, the results of those reorganizations did not change the total number of full-time equivalents in those departments, and were either budget neutral as it relates to the Public Works Department reorganization, or resulted in a budget savings as it relates to the Finance Department's reorganization. Similar to what we presented for general fund revenues, the next 3 slides present the general fund expenditures in 3 different formats. This slide shows the history of the city's general fund expenditures for the last 11 years and next year's proposed budget. Since fiscal year 2014-2015, the general fund's expenditures have more than doubled, increasing by $18.5 million from $17.2 million in fiscal year 2014-2015 to $35.7 million next year. I just want to point out that the reduction in costs in the fiscal year 2022-2023 column occurred when the city reallocated $6.5 million of law enforcement contract costs to be funded by the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, funds in order to fully spend the city's ARPA grant funds. In exchange, the $6.5 million in budget savings were set aside as the general fund assigned fund balance that the city council has appropriated for various special projects over the last few fiscal years. This slide compares the general fund expenditures by department for fiscal year 2023-2024 actual, fiscal year 2024-2025 adopted budget, fiscal year 2024-2025 amended budget, and the fiscal year 2025-2026 proposed budget. The city's largest expenditure is the Public Safety Department, representing 70% of total general fund expenditures. On this slide, the Public Safety Department does include both contracted public safety costs as well as the city's public safety divisions, which include homeless outreach services, parking enforcement, and code enforcement. This slide shows the general fund expenditures in a pie chart. And for this chart, we segregated the public safety piece into 2 separate pieces to reflect how much of the general fund expenditures make up our contracted costs with the Orange County Sheriff's Department and Orange County Fire Authority, which is the green slice, making up 63%. The next 2 largest pieces of the pie are Public Works in the purple at 10%, and the city's Public Safety Department and administration departments in the purplish and in the blue at 7% each. This pie chart is very typical of other cities where public safety costs are typically 70 to 80% of a city's general fund expenditure budget. The next 2 slides compare general fund revenues and expenditures in 2 different ways. On this line graph, revenues are represented by the blue line and expenditures are represented by the orange line. Generally, the goal is to have the blue line higher than the orange line. In fiscal year 2022-2023, you'll see that revenues, or the blue line, were significantly higher than the expenditures, the orange line, because of the reallocation of the law enforcement contract cost to the ARPA fund, as previously mentioned. In the fiscal year 2024-2025 adopted budget column, expenditures are higher than revenues due to the funding of $2.6 million in costs from the general fund assigned fund balance that we mentioned earlier. And you'll see in our proposed budget that the orange and the blue lines are at the same exact point because the revenues equal the expenditures with the funding of the deficit from the Cannabis Community Benefit Fees Fund. This slide shows the same comparison of general fund revenues and expenditures, but in a bar graph format. And I want to pause here. This completes the overview of the general fund budget. Does the city council have any questions before we proceed to the next section of the presentation? Okay. So the next part of our presentation will focus on the city's retirement plans with CalPERS. The information from this slide is from the CalPERS website, and it illustrates the funding source for CalPERS pension plans. Based on a 20-year average through June 30, 2024, 55 cents of CalPERS funding comes from investment earnings, 34 cents from employer contributions, and 11 cents from employee contributions. This next slide is also from the CalPERS website, and it shows the economic impact of California pensions on the state economy. These statistics are for fiscal year 2023-2024, the most recent data available. As of June 30th, 2024, there were 2.3 million CalPERS members. That's the chart on the upper left. They're pretty evenly distributed between the number of employees that come from state members, school members, and other public agency members. The graph in the lower left corner shows the monthly retirement amounts. And the key point here is that 60.4% of retirees receive monthly benefit payments of $3,500 or less per month. The chart on the right shows other economic impacts CalPERS retirees have on the state's economy. Particularly, they generated $30.2 billion in economic activity throughout the state. Pension payments made to California retirees were $23.5 billion in fiscal year 2023-2024, with the average annual pension amount being $36,685. And lastly, over 80% of retirees and their beneficiaries are California residents, so they're spending their money in our state. The next slide illustrates the city's annual pension costs, both our normal costs that are paid as a percentage of payroll throughout the year, and the city's annual unfunded actuarial liability, UAL payment. Each year, CalPERS issues an actuarial valuation report for each of the city's 4 pension plans. This report will communicate the following for each pension plan: the total unfunded actuarial liability, the required minimum unfunded actuarial liability payment the city is required to make, and the city's employer contribution rates for the next year. The actuarial valuation report that is used for the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget was prepared as of June 30th, 2023, 2 years ago. As of that date, the city's total unfunded actuarial liability for all pension plans was $10.2 million. The proposed budget for next year includes the minimum UAL payment of $935,360 plus an additional payment of $50,000, which is consistent with the city's past practice of paying more than the minimum required UAL. When we look at the normal costs on the right, I want to point out that the city does pay the employee contributions for those employees who are in our miscellaneous Tier 1 plan. We have 7 employees who are enrolled in that plan, and the cost to the city will be $46,118 next year. The next slide shows the trend of the city's minimum annual UAL payments from fiscal year 2019 to 2019-20 through the projections of 2020-31. And as you can see, the city's annual minimum UAL payments will continue to increase in the future. Some of the ways the payments can be reduced in future years is when CalPERS investment portfolio earns more than the 6.8% return they estimate, is when we have more employees who enroll in the city's PEPRA plan, which is the lowest cost plan for the city, and when the city makes larger payments than what the minimum annual UAL payment is. The chart on the right shows the funded ratios for each of the city's 4 pension plans. You will notice that 3 of the 4 plans are funded between 85 and 88%, which is higher than the funded ratio for all CalPERS agencies, which is 71%. The city's miscellaneous Tier 1 plan is funded just below the CalPERS average at 69%. So that's funded at 69, and the CalPERS average is 71. Each year during our budget workshop, the city reviews its current reserve policy to determine whether the current reserves are appropriate or if changes are recommended. Staff will bring the reserve policy for city council adoption on June 10th. Reserve funds are savings accounts that the city council has set aside for specific purposes. These reserves I'm going to talk about first are in the general fund. Some of our other reserves are in other funds, and I'll specify when we get there. These are our current policy. Currently, we have an economic uncertainty reserve that is 20% of the general fund operating expenses. The current balance is $6.7 million. We've done a reallocation of our fund balance to fund the new target, which is $7.1 million. We also have an emergency disaster contingency reserve. Our target is 10% of general fund operating expenditures. The current balance is $3.3 million, and based on next year's proposed budget, the target is $3.5 million. For these two reserves that are based on a percentage of general fund operating expenses, as our operating budget increases, then the target that we need to keep for these reserves also increase. Next slide, please. For our capital reserve, we have two. These are flat amounts. We have a capital improvement reserve in the general fund. It's a flat amount of $5 million. We currently do not have any projects in our capital improvement plan that are slated for general fund funding. We've been successful in being able to fund those with grants or other resources, so we haven't had a staff recommendation to change that amount yet. The other capital reserve is $1 million in our sewer maintenance fund. This is a reserve that, after speaking with the Public Works Director, City Engineer, we are going to be having language to modify this reserve when we bring it back to you on June 10th. On June 10th, we have our Prop 218 hearing for our new sewer rate study. The way that sewer rate study is illustrated, the sewer maintenance fund is retaining a portion of the rates for this to maintain the sewer operating expenses, and anything excess goes into the sewer capital reserve fund. So the recently adopted sewer master plan has over $20 million of sewer capital improvement projects planned over the next several years. $1 million of reserve is not going to be needed. So what the Public Works Director and I are recommending, as instead of having this capital reserve for sewer, that we're going to recommend an operating reserve of 50% of the sewer fund's operating expenses, and then all excess revenues go for capital, so that we're building up that capital. The next couple of reserves are equipment reserves that are held in the general fund, again at savings accounts. If we ever needed to replace equipment, IT or other equipment that we didn't already have in our budget, we have $300,000 set aside in our general fund savings account. Likewise, a vehicle replacement reserve. We currently have a fleet maintenance internal service fund where we maintain accumulated monies for replacing our fleet. This amount could replace about 2 to 3 vehicles, depending on if we're replacing a passenger vehicle or a truck. But this, again, we would only dip into these targets if we didn't budget for them already. Lastly, our pension and other post-employment benefit stabilization reserve. The city's target is 50% of the UAL. You just heard me a couple of slides ago say that UAL is about $10.2 million. As of April 30th, 2025, the amount we have in our Section 115 trust is just about 48% of that UAL. So it's a little bit below target. Since we are in a deficit position, our proposed budget does not include putting any new funds into that trust at this time. We will revisit that at the mid-year. This chart just summarizes the general fund reserve funds. And you can see that although the dollar amounts have changed from fiscal year 23-24 to 24-25 to 25-26, they are increasing, that the percentage is still static at 45%. And our unassigned fund balance is about 53% of general fund operating expenses. So we have about 98% between our savings accounts and our unassigned fund balance. Unassigned fund balance is just cash on hand that the city council hasn't designated for a specific purpose. That completes our review of the reserve funds. Are there any questions before we move on to the successor agency? Okay. These next few slides about the successor agency are really just educational. The successor agency is actually not included in the city's proposed budget. The city does not adopt a budget for the successor agency. The city used to have the Stanton Redevelopment Agency, and that was dissolved on February 1st, 2012, due to state legislature action that happened in 2011. And as part of the wind down of the redevelopment agencies, the cities had to create what they call a successor agency. That was how the successor agency to the Stanton Redevelopment Agency was born. And its sole purpose is to receive revenues from the Department of Finance twice a year to pay what the obligations of the successor agency are. The city is no longer submitting a recognized obligation payment schedule to the county for approval like some other successor agencies are. In January 2020, the State Department of Finance approved what was called the last and final recognized obligation payment schedule, where basically the state of California said, we agree that these are all of the debt that the successor agency has through fiscal year 2041, and you can make all of these payments and you don't have to get approval from us every year. So we are done. So this is just a snapshot showing what the total obligations or debt is for the successor agency, and there really is no action on the city council's part about this. This is just all informational.
Okay, at this time, we'll take a brief pause and see if there's any questions from the council before we move on to department highlights. We'll now move on to section 6 of tonight's workshop, department highlights. We've selected those highlights that we believe to be of most interest to residents and community stakeholders. It pained me very greatly. I actually removed 40 slides from this section. So we really did hone in on just a handful from each department. The departments submitted many projects and programs for consideration. I whittled those down in the interest of time. But if anybody is interested, of course, you can visit our website. We have lots of updates, subscribe to the city manager's newsletter, and you also get our regular quarterly mailing. The accomplishments from the current year, funded as part of the fiscal year 24-25 operating budget, were adopted by the council last June, as well as those priorities for the upcoming fiscal year as proposed in tonight's budget. Because we only have one slide for department, normally I would have the department directors stand up and present their slides, but it seemed silly to do Jack in the Box, so I will be presenting on behalf of each department. However, each director is available if you would like to have more information on a specific project that's highlighted, or if there was one that we completed during the year that was near and dear to your heart, you can certainly ask us about that as well. Okay, so beginning with administration. Some of the key accomplishments in the administration department for HR included administering 26 recruitments, implementing the Workplace Violence Prevention Program. Under IT, we added new security cameras at Stanton Central Park and added public announcement speakers at Stanton Central Park. Under the city clerk's office, we administered the 2024 general municipal election, and we completed the council chamber's audiovisual upgrade project. And special projects out of the city manager's office, we responded to, worked on, or reported on 20 city council-initiated requests. Priorities for next year. In HR, we'd like to focus on enhancing workforce development and training opportunities. In IT, we will potentially look at updating access control systems for all city facilities and upgrading broadband access at all city facilities. In the city clerk's department, we'll be working on the city's records retention policy and implementing a digital signature platform, DocuSign for city documents, which we're very excited about. Special projects, we'd like to pursue economic development-focused activities, as well as issue a request for proposal for TINA Pacific. Moving on to finance. Accomplishments for this year include receiving the Excellence in Financial Reporting Award from the Government Finance Officers Association. We are decades into receiving this award every year. We transitioned our business license administration to HDL for an improved customer experience, and we began implementation of the new finance system ERP, which is an Oracle product. Priorities for next year include completing the implementation of the new ERP and continuing to focus on employee development and cross-training. Moving to community development, accomplishments include the completion of Cloud House, which brought 300 new apartments into the city's housing stock, the completion of Bixby Phase 1, which welcomed 22 new townhomes. Under the building department, we completed 120 plan checks, issued 357 residential permits, 95 multifamily residential permits, 59 commercial permits, and conducted over 3,700 inspections. Priorities for next year include completing the review and public hearing for 159 new townhomes and 2 commercial buildings at the southeast corner of Beach and Contella, where the Orco plant is currently located. Providing support for the TINA Pacific request for proposals process, implementing a new land management system, and focusing on economic development activities. Moving over to community services. Accomplishments for this year include delivering a full calendar of 20 events. We secured multi-year grant funding to expand family programming and support senior services. We expanded senior meal services, providing over 8,000 congregate and home-delivered meals. We supported over 1,100 residents through our Family Resource Center, awarded 34 Everyone Plays scholarships, hosted 4 intergenerational events, and maintained over 15 active community partnerships. Priorities for next year include completing the Stanton Central Park tennis and pickleball court renovations, advancing the sports complex project, including a community-focused groundbreaking event, continued implementation of the city's new brand and motto, and pursuing additional grant funding opportunities to support future park enhancements, program expansion, and facility improvements. In public safety, our accomplishments included for the Orange County Sheriff's Department, we responded to the following calls for service in each priority area: 444 Priority 1 calls, 5,622 Priority 2 calls, 16,315 Priority 3 calls, and 424 Priority 4 calls. The OCEFA responded to the following calls for service: 14,972 for medical aid, 838 for fire-related calls, and 562 other miscellaneous calls. The Public Safety Department oversaw the Safe Streets Together pilot program, the Contract Parking Enforcement pilot program, expanded the Blue Light Camera program, monitored railroad right-of-ways and coordinated regular maintenance efforts, and continued to provide assistance and connectivity to individuals experiencing homelessness. As we look forward to next year, we'll be focused on reducing the impacts of homelessness in public areas, including parks and municipal facilities, addressing the sale and use of illegal fireworks during the 4th of July holiday season through new strategies, continuing the enforcement against the illegal sale of flavored tobacco products in the city, and continued focus on the improvement of distressed commercial and residential properties. In Public Works, our accomplishments include completing a number of significant projects, including the Premier Park renovation project, the Sewer Master Plan update, the citywide concrete repair, citywide street resurfacing, and the Stanton Park/Santa Rosalia Bridge. We addressed 2,423 work orders, maintained 871 trees, and issued 190 encroachment permits. Looking forward to next year, we'll be focused on the groundbreaking and construction of the sports park, the Family Resource Center renovation Phase 2, improvement projects at our community center/senior center, the Orangewood Complete Streets project, the citywide street sign replacement project, and the street and alley resurfacing project. So with that, I'm going to take a minute to pause and see if the council has any questions on any department accomplishments or priorities before we move into our CIP program. Yes.
Yeah, I have a question for Caesar. Regarding city signage, I'm starting to see more and more cities replacing their overhead signs instead of having illuminated signs. They're going with reflective overheads. Is that a trajectory we're looking at in the future potentially?
Not at the moment. I think we're going to be replacing the number of those signs in the upcoming months, but it's going to be more the reflectory kind of signs for overhead, yes.
And the same kind of signs that you see on the top of those poles now being used for overheads on street poles and street lights and so forth. So just curious, I've been seeing some cities doing that, so thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Before I turn it over to Director Engel for the Capital Improvement Program highlights, again, we're not going to go through every single project that's on our list. I just want to highlight for the community and the council that our CIP program represents a huge significant investment in our community. If you look at the funds that we set aside for this current fiscal year that's ending June 30th, it was just under $22 million worth of investment in our infrastructure and facilities. And looking forward to next year, it's about $5.5 million. So with this, we'll start going through some highlights of the CIP program. And again, at the end, we'll pause for any specific questions or comments.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council, Cesar Angel, Director of Public Works. So the first one here is the annual street rehab project. So we're just completing this last year's rehabilitation project. We did focus on residential streets. So we're completing that. And then hopefully next fiscal year, we're going to focus on Western Avenue. We applied for a grant so we could pretty much accomplish Western from Cerritos all the way to our South State limits. So we could take care of everything there on Western. If we don't get the grant money, we will still do a portion of it, but we're hopeful and that we'll be successful in that grant and we can complete all of the Western for this upcoming fiscal year. Alley project, so that we just also are near completion. We did two alleys this year, and we're going to focus with the same idea for next year. We have two alleys that we're looking at up there by the Super King area, off of Pacific Crest area. So we're going to do those two alleys for the next fiscal year. Our annual concrete rehab project, we're looking to every year put some money aside to our sidewalks, curbs, and gutters. We've gone and completed a inspection of citywide. So with that, we come up with a list of priorities, and we could, every year focus on getting that list down and eliminating any concerns with displacements on the sidewalks, curb and gutters, and also ADA ramps as needed. Our annual rehab project. So last year we accomplished a sewer master plan, so that's been huge for us. We just awarded a contract for a sewer project this year, so probably in the next month or so we're going to complete that, get that going in construction, and then this next year we're going to focus on the wedge area in there by Alpha Knot. So we're going to do some sewer line replacement there, and also with some street rehab there at the end. Community center project here. So we're looking to actually renovate the restrooms that are here at our community center. Those right now, we're finishing up the design. We're hoping to advertise this project in the next probably week or two. But definitely get those restrooms here for renovated over the next couple months. So hopefully by next year we'll have these restrooms completed. Project. So that is, we want to include all 8 units that we have up here at City Hall. We got some grant money for this, so we're going to phase it out. If we could complete all of it, we're going to look at the bids, see where they're at, and then kind of go from there and see what kind of allocation we could do for this project. If we could complete all of it, like I said, we'll do all 8. If not, we'll do 3 3 or how as many as we can with the budget we have right now, and then just phase it out for the next couple of years if we need to. Key card access. Yeah, so key card access here, we're looking to actually, make some of the, our offices, not our offices, but our entrances to City Hall, to the council chambers, make it key card. And it's a little bit sometimes more secure knowing who's coming in, who's coming out, because now you have, a badge that records the time when that person or, person went in there and stuff like that. So we're looking to, up to date our infrastructure in that sense. Western Channel. So this project, we got a grant funding through OCTA. So we got awarded the money. We're looking to renovate the grate that's there. This is the open channel we have in the city. Unfortunately, it's one of them that there's a lot of debris that catches in that grate, so we're upgrading it so so that way there's a flow constantly going. Because what happens there, if you put a mat over or something big over the existing grate, it gets plugged, and so that restricts flood or restricts water. And now we have to go out there constantly, monitor that, which is what we do. So with this new grate, water would still be able to go around it and keep that going, and in case of any flooding concerns. Sheriff's station here. So this is, definitely we're in the preliminary stages. We got some grant funding for this. As it says there, we're going to do an assessment. But some of the things we've noticed over the last couple of years is the sewer needs to be repaired. The roof is in need of replacement. So we're going to look at it and see what we could, do with the $1 million we have right now for grant funding. Dotson Park. So this is one that we're looking at big picture for renovating the playground. So right now we'll see what we can do as far as that park needs to get some of the shade structures renovated, splash pads if we can. They're going right now, but definitely need some upgrades there. And ultimately our playground needs to be done. So we have this set of money aside in case we do need to make some replacement on the resurfacing there. But we're going to look at grant opportunities to use this money to make it all renovate this project. And as mentioned here, street signs. So good news, we got, as you're aware, we awarded the contract there a few months back. So this week we're going to give the contractor the okay, the thumbs up to get those orders, all the signs ordered. We're just wanting to make sure there was no spelling errors on the signs. So we had 3 people verify that. So we'll get them ordered, and then slowly but surely we're going to start phasing out to different areas in the city, which I'm sure we'll promote through social media, and the community will see the difference there. And our Orangewood Complete Streets. So this project is we do have OCTA grant funding for this one as well. We believe we have about 3.2 in grant funding and other sources as well to get this project going. Right now, it's we're hoping to release the RFP for this project in the next week or two, and then proceed with design and eventually into construction. We're looking at Orangewood primarily from Santa Rosalia down to our East City limits for this project. And this is our list of commodities here that we want to get approved for this upcoming fiscal year. These are the items we generally use every day. So for us to fast pace this and procurement for this be easier, we will still get the 3 bids in the beginning, and then after that we could just procure these items quicker and as needed through the rest of the fiscal year.
Thank you, Cesar. We'll pause at this moment to see if the council has any questions on our CIP program. Yes.
Yeah, regarding the work on Western, are you coordinating with the city of Garden Grove since it's evenly split?
Yes. We've been actually talking to them for the last couple months. So working out like the design, they're going to do their design because they're actually doing Western from Lambert south. So that's already in their CIP. So now we talk to them and say, hey, let's group together, which is what exactly we're doing. So we are partnering up in discussion of getting that all done together at the same time. That's it.
Thank you.
Cesar, to the council, I think I'm going to ask to reallocate the funding for Dotson and hold that money aside for a all-inclusive park for our city. It'd be the first all-inclusive park in our city, and I think it'll help create equitable situations for people with disabilities. I think surrounding cities have recently built all-inclusive parks, and I think that's something we should look forward to, and that's something I'm going to ask the council to move forward with in the future. And I know John has visited a couple of them, and I think it's just a great opportunity, you know, especially being someone with a disability and, you know, just the positive environment it will bring.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Barrios. Okay, at this time, before we go into our decision packages, we're going to have a 5-minute break. So we'll have a 5-minute break. Please help yourself to more pizza. If anybody needs to use the restroom facilities, they're out the door and to the right. So we'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you.
For a recess at 7:53 PM.
Okay, we'll start in 1 minute. Okay, so this brings us to our decision package portion of tonight's presentation. During this portion of the workshop, staff has prepared various decision packages with suggested funding sources for the council's consideration. As I mentioned earlier this evening, these decision packages consist of requests from the council, the commissions, the community, and staff. As part of tonight's discussion, the council and the community may propose additional decision packages for the council's consideration. At the end of the section, staff hopes to receive clear direction on the status of each of the proposed decision packages, as well as any new decision packages. In previous years, when I have presented the council with decision packages, there was a surplus of revenues in the proposed operating budget for the council to utilize. Tonight, based on information to be presented, you will see that any decision packages approved will need to be funded for the most part from general fund reserve, what we call the city's savings account, or alternative funding sources. So with that, if I can propose the council allow me to go through each of the decision package slides for a high-level overview, and then we will circle back and talk about specific items so you can see the context of everything we're considering. Okay, so the first slide, we touched on most of these items during the council's strategic planning workshop. These are items that are already either in progress or required or mandated by the state or some other agency. So I will run through these fairly quickly. Once again, these are already commitments that the city must follow through on. So number one, out of community development, is our new permitting system. This is a state mandate. Number two, under Community Services and Public Works, is the construction of the sports park. Number three, under Community Services and Public Works, is the completion of the Stanton Central Park tennis court renovation. Number four, under Community Services and Public Works, is the Community Center/Senior Center Phase 1 renovation. Number five, out of Community Services, is the operations at our Family Resource Center. Number six, out of Community Services, is our Senior Mobility Program. Number seven, out of Finance, is the completion of the Enterprise Resource Planning System. Number eight, out of Public Safety and Public Works, is the Sheriff's Department Substation Phase 1 renovation. Number nine, out of Public Safety, is the hiring of professional drone services for our 4th of July pilot program. And number 10, out of Public Safety, is our contribution to the North Service Planning Area Navigation Centers, which support our homeless outreach activities. One thing I want to highlight on this slide is you'll see the approved budget for all of these 10 projects is just over $13 million, which is a great investment in our community. But the even better news is $9.2 million of that is coming from grant funding. So funding outside of the city's general fund or other assigned funds. The next slide will cover decision packages related to personnel. Currently, both of these line items are included in the proposed budget that presents with the $400,000 deficit. There is still an opportunity for the council to discuss these items. So the first line item relates to the Orange County Sheriff's Department contract. So you'll see on the first line, we currently have a contract that includes 23 sworn deputies and 35 total staff. The 23 deputies are included in that total 35 number. That contract cost this fiscal year is just under $14.2 million. That base contract, with an increase that was negotiated by the County Board of Supervisors for next year, includes an increase of $800,000 to include a 5.5% contract increase and a cost of living allowance of 4%. The additional 6 deputies that have been referenced throughout tonight's presentation are part of an augmentation to the existing contract at a cost of $1.26 million for a total cost of $16.2 million, with $15.8 proposed to be funded from the general fund and $400,000 to be coming from the Cannabis Community Benefit Fund. The second line item is for a citywide cost of living allowance, recognizing the position that the city is in this year, but also understanding that to stay competitive with our human resources for recruitment and retention purposes, we are requesting a modest COLA of 2.75% for the majority of employee classifications. We are requesting a reduced cost of living increase for the 3 classifications of interns, rec leaders, and senior rec leaders. And the reason for that is when the state of California increased their minimum wage, we made those increases, which were mandated, but we actually held all other classifications stable. So they didn't get the same level of increase that these classifications got. So if you look back over the last 8 years, those 3 classifications of intern, rec leader, and senior rec leader have experienced a 40% increase in pay, while the rest of the classifications that are not one of those 3 included a 20% increase. So there is still a delta whereby those 3 classifications have had more growth over that time period. That cost of 2.75% COLA and a 1% COLA is $160,000. We're requesting $132,000 to come from the general fund. And based on our personnel allocation, some of the employees are attributed to other funds outside of that based on their specific duties. Now, we wanted to recognize, as our finance director mentioned earlier, the CPI for this year was 3.4%. And again, the city continues to be on the lower pay scale for cities in Orange County. We want to acknowledge that and try to make up the gap in a way that doesn't use forever monies for the city. So we would like to propose a one-time fiscal year 24-25 performance merit bonus. So that would be for employees who have been here for a minimum number of months in this current fiscal year. It will be prorated if you were here for less than 12 months, up to 6 months. This is using funds from this fiscal year. So it doesn't cross over into what's proposed for you tonight. And with Michelle and I tracking our revenues and expenditures for this fiscal year ending June 30th, we are projecting and we are confident we will be returning a surplus for this fiscal year. So if the council were to approve this, which is at a cost of just under $64,000, it would be a one-time bonus of $1,500 for full-time employees who are here through June 30th and $200 for part-time employees. We would use those funds. It would hit this fiscal year and not next fiscal year. The next slide is Decision Packages Special Projects Priority A. So these are items that, based on conversations and needs between the council and the staff, have been identified as a higher priority than what you'll see on the next and final slide. So I'll walk you through these. So number 1 came out of the strategic planning workshop. This was a top priority for the council across the board, which was identifying strategies and partnerships to address quality of life impacts from service-resistant individuals experiencing homelessness. So for this item, I don't actually have a fiscal impact identified at this time. Staff will continuously throughout the year be searching for opportunities to try new strategies. When those become apparent, and if they do have a fiscal impact, I'll come to the council at that time and present to you what that is and request funding. If it gets funded, it would be out of your general fund reserves. Number 2, out of Community Development and the City Attorney's Office, is developing a vacant commercial property community benefit fee. This also came up out of the strategic planning workshop. If you recall, there was conversation regarding some vacant parcels that are seen throughout the city that have overgrown weeds or are vandalized or distressed in some manner, and they require significant energy and resources from our code enforcement staff, from our public safety staff to respond. And we want to make sure that the property owners are paying their fair share towards that, as well as being motivated and incentivized to a certain degree to not keep those vacant. We believe that we can do the bulk of that work through the City Attorney's Office with staff participation with nominal fees. Number 3 is also coming out of the Community Development City Attorney's Office. This is the development of objective planning design standards. So this is something that our Community Development Director has been talking about that would come through the Planning Commission that would set standards for developers coming into the city to make sure that we are building with a cohesive vision in mind for our future. Again, we believe that we can work on this project with the Planning Commission, existing staff, and the City Attorney's Office. Number 4 is coming out of community development. This is updating developer impact fees. So we know that we haven't looked at our developer impact fees, which are those fees charged to developers who are creating something new in the city, creating a new strain on our infrastructure resources, public safety resources, and so having them pay their fair share to our community and to become a part of our community. So we're requesting to potentially go out and retain a consultant to revisit those fees, look at what other cities are doing, are there new fees that we haven't considered, and recommend to the council any adjustments. So if the council were to approve this item tonight, we would first issue a request for proposals, and then upon review of that, bring that to the council, so you would have an opportunity at that point also to either approve or deny that recommendation. And last on this slide, coming out of public safety, is the continuation of private parking enforcement. So as the council knows, last year we tried a pilot program for overnight private parking enforcement from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. It has, in addition to identifying parking violations, we have received input from both residents and businesses that the presence of the additional private parking enforcement staff has helped with just overall public safety. And so it is a cost-neutral activity. So tracking their performance over the last, I think, 8 to 9 months that they've actually been in operation once we got it up and running, they are not only cost-neutral, meaning they are covering the cost of their contract, but they are generating a small amount of revenue in addition to covering their costs of their contract. So those items, for the most part, the outlay would be for your consultant should you choose to pursue updating your developer impact fees. So the estimated fiscal impact is anywhere from $50,000 to $70,000, depending on how those proposals come back. The last and final slide before we get into discussions is decision packages, special projects priority B. So noticing a typo, which is highly annoying to me. I have 2 number 16s after I looked at this twice. Okay, so we have 17 items on this section of the slide, actually 18 with Councilmember Barrios' addition of Dotson Park. So I'll quickly run you through these. Happy to provide more information, and the department directors can also jump in as well, depending on the question. So number 1, we'll start coming out of the City Council. Participation in the City of Westminster Tet Parade. So we included the entry fees that were available for this year. We have heard from the City of Westminster that they do anticipate an increase in entry fees for next year, but they didn't know how much that would be. Included in this $800 cost is also a rental of a convertible and a staff driver. Number 2 coming, oh yes.
I just have a really quick question for council. Do we really need a convertible rental for $200? No. Okay. I would rather have that go towards funding the Tet Parade, I guess, or partially.
Number 2 coming out of the city manager's office is economic development contract services. So kind of going hand in hand with our vacant property ordinance, we have noticed that there are a number of properties throughout the city that are staying vacant longer than we would have anticipated, given that we still have a very desirable location with a lot of cars traveling up and down Beach. We're estimated at the last market study we saw there's about 70,000 pairs of eyes traveling through the city on any given day. So with that traffic, we anticipated that some of the core vacancies that we're seeing would have filled up sooner. So we do believe it's time to invest some money in getting some specialized economic development help, and not just bringing somebody in-house necessarily, but a company who's similar to other contract services where we can take advantage of the breadth and depth of a consulting company instead of just having the knowledge of one individual. So the city manager's office is requesting this, and it can be for a 1-year period to see how they perform. And this also includes about $40,000 to $45,000 for that contract based off of research I've done with other cities and what they're paying, in addition to $10,000 for a series of economic development let's call them social media short videos, where we would like to go out into the city and do some highlights on existing businesses that residents and neighboring cities may not know about and shine some light on those. Number 3, coming out of the Community Development Department, is the general plan update. So you're all familiar with the general plan. We are required by the state to update different sections of the general plan on a certain basis. Otherwise, there are penalties. So we do have a set pot of money for this particular item. There is a small amount collected with each permit that's issued that goes into a reserve for the general plan updates, though that's why you see that under assigned fund balance. Number 4, out of community development, is a hotel feasibility study. So we have had opportunities. We've gone to ICSC. We've tried to reach out to some major hotel brands. We believe our proximity to amusement parks and other vacation destinations makes us highly desirable for a hotel. Every time we talk to them, they ask to see a hotel feasibility study, which is basically showing them the numbers and what their bottom line would look like were they to invest in our community. So if the council is desirous of pursuing a hotel, that would be approximately $25,000 based on other cities who have recently gone out to market for a consultant to prepare that. Number 5, coming out of community services, is the low-income home repair grants. So this came up out of our most recent talk on the block. And the council were all there, and they heard from a number of residents that they were interested in the council and the city providing grants to older homeowners who have fixed incomes, whose properties are deteriorating beyond what they can personally maintain. We did try a program similar to this previously with some of the ARPA monies, and at the time, the city council directed staff to find a contractor to help us administer this program. It was very difficult at that time. We identified a well-known industry partner, but we were not able to come to agreement on the city's contract and indemnification provisions. This time around, we looked again to see if there was another contractor. We have found one that serves both the county and the city of Seal Beach. Xenia and I had a preliminary meeting with this company. They had no problem verbally agreeing to our indemnification provisions and are very well-versed in operating this type of program. So this would be low income. If the city were to approve this item, I would come back to the city with a staff report that would let you set the parameters. For example, this is only for example purposes, you may decide to have an age restriction. You can set the affordability levels. You could determine if you wanted to give priority to veterans. So there's many different qualification criteria that you could customize to what you thought was most responsive to what the community needs. The next are all coming out of
Yes. So sorry. I would like to say that that one resident who came to that town hall, I was really happy that they came, and I wish that they were here in the audience tonight.
They're watching.
But what I will say is that in my neighborhood and also the mayor's neighborhood, there are homes which over time have been lessening in its quality. And what happens is that they sell their home, they move, a company comes in, and then they rejuvenate the whole building, and then new residents come in. And I wish that we could keep the existing residents that are here, right? Because I feel like we're going to start to see new Stanton and old Stanton soon. So I think it's really good that we're doing this low-income home repair grant. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And I do want to add that this also is a very unique project in that we do have funds that you can use which don't hit the city's general fund reserve / savings account, because activities for the CDBG Community Development Block Grant Fund have to be used for neighborhoods that are low income, and you have to do these types of activities. We have enough funding in that pocket or that bucket to use, and so this one you could fund without an impact to the general fund. So numbers 6 through 13 are all coming out of community services, so I'll go through them without repeating the department each time. So first is developing a city app for mobile phones. So this is something I know that Councilmember Warren has been very supportive of. So we talked to our existing website provider, and they do offer a phone app option, but the provider was very honest and shared it's very low cost, it's $3,000, but he shared that it's pretty much you get what you pay for. So it's basically just a glorified way of looking at the city's website on your phone. So I don't think that quite met what the council member was hoping for. So we went out and researched again staff reports from other cities who've recently adopted mobile phone app consultants, and the price range actually went above 50, but I thought that was a little bit beyond what we needed, so I restricted that to $10,000 to $50,000 for a one-time cost, and then $2,000 to $10,000 for ongoing annual maintenance. Next is branding updates year 2. So we have a very ambitious branding program. Because funds are so tight, we are going to just go very slow with the rollout. One of the things we wanted to do, however, was update the city council chambers to reflect our new branding and logo. Next is, okay, so the next series are items that, based on the budget deficit, these certainly do not make up the budget deficit, but they are items that we cut as discretionary. Should the council wish to fund any of these, you will need to use general fund reserves / your savings account. So senior excursions. So these are off-site excursions where we get transportation, which the transportation is actually covered by our senior mobility grant. But this pays for admission to, for example, the Long Beach Aquarium or the Ronald Reagan Library or the Getty Museum. We also include usually a boxed lunch, sandwiches of some sort, and it's an outing for seniors, and we take that. It always sells out. We always have a waiting list, so we have tried to expand that as much as possible. We did cut that out of this year's budget. If the council would like to renew that, it would be $2,500 per excursion. We just used 4 as an estimate, but certainly you could choose to just approve 1. Number 9 is family excursions, same thing. It's where we get transportation, we pay for admission. This year we've gone to Tanaka Farms. We allowed them to also pick some produce while they were there, provided them with lunch. We also took them to Wild Rivers one day over the summer. So it gives some of our families who may not be able to afford some of these activities an opportunity to experience them. Again, they're about $3,500 per excursion. We used 4 as an estimate. Excuse me. Next is summer camp subsidy. So currently, we pass through the costs of our summer camp. So we've moved from a model where prior city staff were running the camps, but we've moved through a model where we work with contractors and they're able to provide a wider variety of types of summer camps to appeal to different interests. So if you look through our brochure, you'll see like a cooking summer camp, a space-based summer camp, a Lego summer camp, but we pass those costs through. So the city is absolutely not making any money off of it, and we just pass the costs through to our residents. However, summer camp, if anybody has priced that lately, is extremely expensive. It can go anywhere from $75 to $200 for 1 week for half day. So we would like to offer the council an opportunity to have a subsidy to make it a little more affordable for our residents. And if you decide to fund this, you could decide what level that subsidy is. You could decide we want to provide a 25% subsidy, a 50% subsidy, 100% subsidy. So that's something we could talk about if the council is interested. The next 3 are special events that we reinstated. I believe all of these, this year will be the 2nd year that we do all of these in the recent history. I know the Volunteer Appreciation Picnic and the Paint the Town volunteer event were new events. So this year they're funded, and we'll be having we just had the Paint the Town event, and we'll be having the Volunteer Appreciation Picnic in 2 weekends. And then the State of the City event, I know, is one that we have done historically. We took a break, had one last year, and we have another one coming up on June 26th this year. But these are all for next fiscal year. Number 14 and 15 are coming out of economic development. So these were generated by the council coming out of the strategic planning workshop. So we talked about developing a business connect program with the North Orange County Chamber. So for the city to become a member of the North Orange County Chamber, it would be $5,000. And when I reached out to the president of the North Orange County Chamber, they also proposed that the city participate in what they call the Small Business Digital Empowerment Program. And what that is they identified that there are a high number of businesses within the city who do not have dedicated websites for themselves. And so they are suggesting that the council set aside $40,000. It's $100 per business for up to 400 businesses. And what they would do is there's an existing North Orange County Chamber website. So they would have a listing on the North Orange County Chamber website. Not their own website, but just a listing on the Chamber website. The last two are coming, or I'm sorry, the next one is coming out of public safety. This, as you know, is part of our Safe Streets Together pilot program. We started out renting 5 solar camera trailers. We had them located at our hotspots. We returned 3 of the rentals and ended up purchasing 2 because they were so helpful. So we have 2 that we own and 2 that we are continuing to rent. So we've noticed some positive progress in our hotspot areas. So to test what would happen if we removed some of the cameras, we did remove one. We immediately got feedback from the residents. We are monitoring the area to see how big, I don't know if they were more concerned that the camera was removed or that they actually saw activity. So staff is monitoring that to make that determination. But if the council wants to continue that, the $24,000 I negotiated with our current company, and they're willing to give us a 33% discount. So it would be $1,000 a month per camera, or they're willing to sell us our existing cameras for $31,000. Yes, Councilmember Taylor.
Did you take them out of streets?
Yes.
I noticed it.
So we did place them in other areas. They are very helpful. So we placed them in other hotspot areas in the city to see what impact they would have over there for certain activities we are seeing, but also to see the impact on prostitution and human trafficking. The last, number 16, is coming out of Public Works. This is the asset management software system. So this is actually projected to be funded from 3 different sources. So because it would track assets across Public Works, both in fleet and sewer and our general Public Works, it would be funded a third from those reserve balances. And the new Dotson Park item that was just brought up this evening, so my understanding, Councilmember Barrios, of that item is you would like to hold the $220,000, which are park in lieu funds, so can only be used towards parks. And instead of pursuing a partial type of improvement, hold that, try and accumulate more funds to renovate one of our existing parks into an all abilities accessible playground. Okay, so I have covered all of the decision packages, and at this time, the council is welcome to ask questions, discuss amongst yourselves. What we would like to do to wrap up the workshop is then, once all discussions have come to an end, I will quickly go through each item and get consensus from the council on how to move forward for those.
Okay, let's go.
Really need an app for this kind of money?
Yeah, so when it comes to an app, it's one of those things that I've heard from a lot of residents that I've just moved here, and how do I report the service? I don't see the city app available. How am I able to do it? I mean, you're seeing most cities these days have that level of service available, and it not only allows residents to be able to access the city, but it also allows the city to better access the residents through push notifications and so forth, where we're trying to get the word out for these different events, where we're trying to get community members to come out. So there's a symbiotic benefit to having an app, and such as we've had the graffiti reporting app for the longest time. However, it's only available on Android, and for an iPhone user like myself, I've never been able to use the graffiti app unless I take the. Huh?
We have a phone number.
Right, but with the graffiti app, you're able to take a picture of it, submit it, report the location, and get an automatic update back when it's been fixed.
And you have told people it's on our website. They can just do everything on our website.
No, we've reached a point in society where everybody is very much on the go and very mobile.
They can pull up the app on their cell phone.
But not if you're an iPhone user.
I can.
You can't access the graffiti app from iPhone. You can.
Oh, not the graffiti app,
No,
but
no, no.
the
You can
city
go to
website
the
app.
you can go to the city website and then go through a few pages and find it. Yeah.
My
Make it easier to use.
I see a lot of times is that people create apps and it's not it's not really fulfilling the need that's required. And I feel like if we would spend a lot of money on an app, it should be worth it, to the point where it actually streamlines things and it doesn't just kind of like overkill our website, you know what I mean? If we could find a way to actually, make an app where it's very comprehensive, then I would be in favor of this.
Then ultimately that's my goals
You
and
realize
enhancing
this is all
the.
deficit spending, right?
Ultimately, that's my
50% of our
goal.
reserves.
Is enhancing the ability for residents to communicate and connect with the city.
One of the items here that I think is very important is that we continue the summer camp subsidy. I think it's important for our kids to, have a place to go during the summer, especially so they won't be out in the streets, and they could have a good place with other kids their age and they could, communicate better with their neighbors.
I agree with you, and I think the senior excursions are important. As you know, we're surrounded by seniors, and, we're all going to be there, and, it's shameful sometimes where we see our seniors, they have nothing to do. There's no outlet, they don't have family that live with them, and I think that's an important thing we should fund. I think the maximum four per year, I think there's no need to reduce any, because again, that might be their only 4 things they get to do that year. I like the volunteer appreciation picnic because our volunteers, they do it for free. And I think we need to show some type of appreciation for them, because what happens when people don't get appreciated? They just fall off. And I think, everybody, especially volunteers, need to be, shown appreciation.
Gentlemen, I have an idea. Let's turn to priority B side, which we're on. And what we'll do is we'll go down these quickly. And as we do it, we'll have our usual vote. And then that way, we'll have discussion on each item, and we'll have a quick vote. And then we can get to the meat and potatoes, which is side A. Thank you.
Do you
Right.
mind if I add something, Dave, onto
beg
here?
your pardon?
Do you mind if I add something on the special interest projects?
course.
I would like to do a senior assessment plan. This would basically assess our current seniors, our future populations of seniors, and would basically allow us to see what we need to implement, so our future generations and stuff like that are well taken care of.
Mayor Pro Tem Torres, so I would say those types of plans, just for the council's planning purposes, are usually about $30,000 to $50,000.
Survey monkey's cheaper.
Survey, yeah.
All right, I'll let our city manager take us through this. We'll start with item number 1 and move our way down.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 1 is participation in the City of Westminster Tet Parade. I will say if we don't do the rental and the staff driver, if we can get volunteers for those, I would still leave the fiscal impact at $800 because we know the entry fee is going to increase. So for that item, please let me know how the council would like to proceed.
The proposed change there. Having just wrapped up the Stanton Car Show, I think I know a person or two, and I think we could take advantage of that and not only save a little bit, but also we can get some community members out there and make it not just about make it not just about us.
Make me get my 65 cleaned up.
Okay.
Any other discussion? Go ahead.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that will be included. The next item is economic development contract services. So as I shared, this is $40,000 to $45,000 to hire a consultant to help us with attraction specifically, and then $10,000 to $15,000 to create a series. We're thinking currently a bi-weekly series highlighting special Stanton businesses, and that would be utilized on our website and our social media channels.
I think it's a great idea. I think you have to spend money to make money, and the cost, is it a lot? Yes, but the benefit of the cost, the money it'll generate for our city, and it's a 1 year.
Yes.
And we can reevaluate after 1 year and we'll see where we're at. But we have to spend money to make money.
You think of number 2?
I think number 2 is something that we should be considering due to the fact that we have a decline in the number of businesses in our city at this point. Who knows what the economy is going to be in the future, which also concerns me. I think there's a couple of ways to look at it. We should also look if there's any grant funding from some of our agencies that we belong to see if we can find some funding for that. And then also when you negotiate with a contract services group, sometimes they work on commission or percent of what they bring in. In other words, the initial fee is lower than others, and then whatever they're successful with, we can reward them for what they do. That way, we can get a comparative of a flat-out price versus one. It's going to make it more competitive to where we can give additional funds to people that are successful.
Hannah, is this that company that you're talking about that has that big Rolodex?
Yes.
Okay.
And I just want to, I should have included, I can include it now since we're talking more in depth. So another benefit of this company, and the reason we have somebody in mind is there's really only 2 or 3 companies in this market space. And I researched what other cities are using, and this one was, this one met what we were looking for best, and other cities were highly satisfied with them. They work with 850 cities throughout the United States and have a giant Rolodex. But the benefit is that they will go out and walk our city. They will familiarize themselves with each of the vacant properties, and they are also a service for all of our businesses and property owners. So, for example, if let's just say the owner of the commercial plaza where the vacant Carl's Jr. is, that business owner, that property owner can reach out to our consultant independently. They don't need a city liaison, and they can say, I need help. I'm trying to find a business where my model, my square foot, my exposure matches up with a company's needs. And so it's a service that you're also providing for no additional cost to your business community as well.
Is this a sole source?
Most likely, they have already sent me 6 contracts that they've issued within the last 12 months with other cities, and it's great because the cities have utilized a spectrum of services from very, just on the side, we have a full economic development team in-house and we just need you to supplement us, all the way to the extreme of red carpet service. We do everything on the city's behalf related to economic development. So we are on the lower side of that, where we're really focused on attraction and getting those vacant storefronts filled right now. And the bigger picture, for the community to understand, going back to the pie chart that Michelle showed us, is sales tax and Measure GG is a significant portion of our revenue. That revenue is then what goes to fund all of our expenditures. The bigger that revenue, the less likely there is that there is a deficit in the future. So to Councilmember Barrios' point about we're investing money to make money, we need to get those vacancies filled as quickly as possible. And just the activation of those sites, having a business that's running and operating and people moving in and out of that property, it helps public safety as well.
Do we put RFP?
If we do sole source, our purchasing and contract guidelines, as long as I can bring you a contract that was let by another city with, it either has to be the same value or less, so we would get a better deal, and they can't have a provision in there where they don't allow what's called piggybacking. So most likely we would look at those options first. If the council for some reason decided they didn't like that option, then we could go back out to market for an RFP.
So it'll be a sole source then?
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to thank the city manager for taking the time to look up this item and propose it to us. I think this is exactly the kind of thing that the city's needed for a while, and adding some teeth and leverage towards attracting businesses to the community. So thank you.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that will be approved. The next item, I'm sorry. The next item is Community Development General Plan Update. So this is on here as a special project priority B. Crystal, I'm going to ask for clarification. Are we due for an element update this year or in fiscal year 25-26?
It's not required in this fiscal year. We're just looking ahead at
Okay.
getting ready.
Okay. So would you be comfortable, like if the council were not to approve it this year, there would be, okay, so you do have the option. At one point, we will have to, because otherwise there will be penalties from the state if we don't, but it does not need to be approved this fiscal year.
Crystal, when do we have to, what year?
I would say within the next 3 to 5 years, we need to have the money put together. And so this was just us moving toward that direction.
I'm going to ask that we move this down the line, kick it down the line.
Yes.
All those in favor of kicking this down the line or setting it aside for a future discussion? Any opposed? Okay, I will put this on the back burner. Next is Community Development Hotel Feasibility Study. So I think I explained what this is. It's basically hiring a consultant who comes out, assesses many different factors, like what our draw is for people who want to come out of town, what the nearest amenities, amusements, areas that they would want to visit, says kind of like what else is existing in the area, what's my competition, what's the projected occupancy rate, those types of things.
I say this is smart.
My question is, do we have the land?
That's an interesting question. I think we have some sites. So when Crystal and I were working on the town center specific plan, we were looking at some sites where there were property owners who were willing to jointly sell their property, and it was big enough for a boutique hotel. So it depends on the size and style of the hotel. And there are certainly sites in the city that it could fit on. Those are all currently owned by private individuals, so it would depend if a deal could be made. There's nothing that the city, well, maybe the city's Tina Pacific site, but that location is very difficult to propose a hotel, but yeah. So yes, there are potential sites. There's no guarantee that you could get a private owner to sell.
I think that this is something, a developer that wants to put a hotel in has his own vision, his own financing. I think at this particular time, that money can be used for some of the other choices here.
I'm a little conflicted on this one. Again, falling back on, you got to spend money to make money. This is one of those items that I don't care what kind of level of business it is in the city of Stanton, but that you will use these kind of analytics and reports to get a business going. For instance, you can pull up Carl's Jr. right now and you'll find a 1, 3, 5 mile radius, pretty much investigation into the city and what the income level is, the age, the demographics, and so forth that fall into these. Again, I mentioned this at a previous meeting, but somehow Garden Grove was able to put a Hilton south of the 22 on Harbor next to a used car lot. And if this is the magic trick for that, then a hotel in the city would fund a lot of things, especially with after our reduction of the TOT. And
For us to get money for that, we would need to update our development impact fees.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think that the economic development contract services was just mentioned would be one of the priorities for us because they would identify a particular location in our city and then go out and attract a hotel, the developer to come in. It's kind of duplicity. And by the way, if we were going to have, we just have millions and millions of dollars worth of improvements on Beach Boulevard and other areas. If somebody wanted to put a hotel up, it would have been at least somebody stepped forward on that. And really, there's no one that I'm aware of that's interested at this time.
And to quote the city manager, the reason we've been denied thus far is we haven't been able to present a study. It's not entirely alone about pitching to investors than it is being able to provide our own study that entices investors.
It's not a huge amount of money.
But the thing is that we can have this study, and it could also come out that we don't have space or it's not viable too, right? Sure. So is that something that we're willing to take a risk on?
This is one of those things where we've been asking this question for a long time, and being able to have the study can put the issue to rest.
I'm worried that if we had a hotel, we're going to be, putting so much on our plate. We already have so many motels in the area. And if we were able to do like a hotel, then it would have to be very, we would have to put a lot of,
Nice hotel.
it would not only have to be nice, but it would have to serve our community. You know what I mean? Like a lot of hotels are just there for pure profits and really just a lot of times forget about cities. So if we were to do this, then I would proceed with caution because very much hotel interests overpower a lot of even elections.
I think another way to look at it too is if you look at down in the city of Westminster, their Bolsa Row project is a combination of housing, commercial, and a hotel all integrated into one project. Similarly, I think something like that could be beneficial for a city, such as a VRV mixed in with other elements.
It's only 25,000, it's not that much.
Are we ready to vote?
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay.
That one will be postponed. The next one is the low-income home repair grants. I feel like I already explained that, so I'm available to answer any additional questions.
Does the fund cover the whole 100,000?
It does, and we actually have about, Michelle, I think we have like 128,000 in that fund, in the CDBG? 200? We have 200, so it's about half the fund. 200,000, so it's half of the fund.
One of the things I would like to see is, I know in the past, you brought up that it was available and nobody used it. So I think we need to outreach more.
Yes, agreed,
Because
agreed.
if nobody's using free money, there's something wrong.
Right, right.
And I think it's a great program. It's not going to cost us anything. And I think, we just have to come up with the guidelines.
Are we going to limit the exterior?
You know what? I would say personally no, because I know the cost to remodel a bathroom to make it wheelchair accessible. I've experienced it in my own home and I just don't think exterior would meet the needs of somebody, older person, who needs to be, their restroom needs to be modified.
Well, I think if we do the program, it does have to have certain guidelines and standards
We can figure
specific.
that out later. though.
In other words, you just don't, in other words, first of all, you're not going to get everybody happy.
Right. You're not-
So I think if you go in section, in other words, this amount for this, this for this, this, that way it meets a variety of the needs of the community.
And limit the amount for each person.
And if the council is supportive, we can certainly bring a separate staff report and let us know what factors you would like to utilize to issue the program.
Also, if we go ahead and we advertise this, and let's say if we would get more people, then
I'm sure
have
we
money,
will.
Can we keep these records so then we know what's a necessity?
Absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely. And so, for example, if this is a very successful project this year, then we could retain the consultant next year, and you could use the remaining funds, and they would use the same batch of applicants.
And then another thing I would say, like I would say most, but there's houses that are raised where stairs and some need a ramp. So I think they should be able to utilize it for that also.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that one passes. Next is the city app. I think we've discussed that, so any questions for myself or Councilmember Warren? I will include that I just want to make sure if we do approve this, that the expectations are clear. Some cities have a number of staff who are able to regularly monitor things that come in through apps. We do not, and we will not hire additional staff. So I just want to set very clear expectations. We currently have to manage a number of a number of mediums of communication whereby residents reach out to us for service requests. So we have the phone calls that come in. We have people who come in person. We have people who reach out to their council members and you forward us those. We have the city work order request. We have the graffiti app. And then in addition, if we have this, that will be, I guess, a sixth medium that the same one person will be managing. So I just want to make sure the response time is not going to be any better or worse than all those others that we are currently managing and tracking. For instance, we have a centralized system because for our staffing and planning purposes, we like to keep track of the types of work order requests come in. There's no connection right now between our website and that database that is a homegrown solution. So if somebody is manually inputting in, so this would most likely be the same thing because we do have a very inexpensive internally coded and developed database. You can imagine who did it. It's wonderful, but it's very hard to connect exterior programs to. So most likely this will be another item that somebody will have to manually transition into. So I want to set expectations that we're happy to support this, but please make sure that everyone understands things that come in on the weekends will wait until the next business day.
I think if I were to make a recommendation, since this was my item, that right now we're looking at a ballpark figure and that we're not adopting any one service right now, that in approving this at this time, we'll still have the option later to consider services. And if at that time we're not satisfied with what we're seeing, we can always reject it.
So, Councilmember Warren, are you saying we could go out to RFP and present the proposals to the council, and then you can determine if it's worth the investment?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions?
Are we talking about $3,000?
No, the $3,000 option, even the salesperson told us it's not going to do what you want it to do. So he recommended we not invest in that because he thought we would be disappointed. So I appreciated his honesty.
Yeah, and I'll just add, my initial idea in proposing this was just how often I heard from residents feeling that they had to know a council member to be able to submit a service request, where, yeah, sure, it may be available on the website, but having to know a council member to get something done is just not the way things should be.
And that's certainly not the narrative. I just want to clarify, that's certainly not what staff expects or the narrative that, like, we fully believe everybody gets the same equal, great level of customer service, no matter how they get to us.
Yeah.
We can't have like a Instagram graphic or a social media graphic that basically lists all these important phone numbers down. You know what I mean? So then we can at least go to social media and have everything all under one spot.
One of the biggest benefits of being able to have an app-based service is, for instance, when the team goes out and they fix the problem, it gets updated in the queue to say that the item's been resolved, and you can get a forwarding message to the person who reported it saying that, hey, your request has been completed, which is a pretty traditional aspect of some of these services.
See, and I think it's a great app. I don't know if it's the right timing as far as cost-wise. I use the graffiti app a lot. Our city manager says, we don't have the manpower to monitor it, so it's not going to speed up any calls or services. I think if we were in a surplus or a budget surplus and we could get everything ironed out, I think it would be great. But I don't think the timing is right for us at now.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? No. Okay, so we will back burner that one. The next one is the branding updates year 2. This is primarily to upgrade the council chambers with the new logo and motto.
Anybody against this?
No. Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The next one is senior excursions. We're available if you have any additional questions for us.
We should just buy him a little tool. It's so defeated.
Okay, well, when you're that age, let's buy you one.
I'm that age.
Okay.
I have a shower.
Yeah, we just cut 3,384 hours out of our senior and family services with the recreation department. We just saved $25,000 by doing a hotel study. So when you add up the senior and family excursions, they come up to $24,000, which is $1,000 cheaper. So I'm going to support it.
Okay, all those in favor of both funding the senior excursions and the family excursions at 4 per year?
I have one question.
I'm sorry, yes.
I'm sorry, I have one question regarding it. This is a free program for anyone that applies to it, or is it free for Stanton residents only?
Stanton residents.
So if you're from Anaheim, do you pay to participate?
You won't get through the wait list because we always have a wait list of Stanton residents.
So it's a need. It's a need.
So highly in demand, and we get the loveliest thank you letters after each excursion. It's very heartwarming to be able to offer this amenity. Okay, so all those in favor of both excursions 4 times per year? Any opposed? Okay. Next is the summer camp subsidy. We're available for any questions.
Is anybody against this?
But let me clarify, okay, this amount that I put, the
I have no
$50,000, you can adjust that amount as much as you want. So what I tried to do is take the number of summer camps that we offer in the summer, and I want to be very transparent. Based on where we are in the year, we've already opened registration for the first phase of summer camps. So if the council were to approve this, we will try our best to incorporate the subsidy into phase 2, which happens towards the end of summer. But if not, we will save this money and definitely advertise it for the next June when they start. So the subsidies,
How much have we spent so far? How much will we spend so far, not counting this?
the other things you've said yes to?
No.
I'm sorry.
Just this, just the summer camp.
So right now,
What did we spend last year on summer camp?
different last year because we offered, I believe, some in-person where our staff ran the camps. So this year, that model was not sustainable because we were having difficulty with making sure our part-timers were staffing and retention, so it was much more, we were able to provide the consistency we were looking for by contracting it out. Now, last year, we had a blend of both in-house and contracted summer camps. So this year, we're moving to a fully contract model. So there's no and we didn't give any subsidies for the contract ones last year. We do have the Everybody Plays scholarships that people can apply for. This was going to be, so when we do it for next year, we would include in the summer brochure, when we have all the summer camps listed and it first goes out, we would include that income eligible families can receive a subsidy, or you can say any Stanton residents who sign up can get a subsidy. You can decide how you want. The income is a little bit harder for us to vet. It's a little more administrative work. Or just generically, you could say for all Stanton residents, and there's a limit to every summer camp, there's a max attendance, you can say we'll subsidize the cost of this summer camp 10, 20, 30, 40, 50%, whatever it is. So if you feel like the $50,000 price tag is too high, we can lower that to 25 to 10, and then I'll work with Xenia and her team to determine how best to equitably divvy that up amongst the summer camps. So not every summer camp may have a subsidy. We may pick and choose kind of maybe some of the more, like the most popular ones, like maybe the multi-sports ones or something like that.
Yeah. I think we cut your budget with some recreation leaders, am I right? And we reduced a lot more part-time, right?
Mayor, thank you. We went back to pre-ARPA levels of staffing.
Right, but the 50,000, we didn't cut them $50,000. So my point is why don't we take this money and bring back the people that work for the city that are familiar with our programs and pay them to provide the services instead of contracting them out.
Mayor, go ahead, Xenia.
So Mayor, we did have a blend of staffing, and we had those ARPA funds that allowed us to bring out contractors as well. To fully operate a full-day program, we would require more staffing than what we had during those ARPA levels to fully have the ratio required per participant.
Be more than the $50,000 listed. This is the most cost-effective way because we can control how much we spend.
Contracting out is because you have no salary.
Those extra recreation leaders were $79,000 a year. So that was funded by the general fund assigned fund balance that we're not having anymore. So that's that. Then on top of that, we had $28,200 for contracted summer camp programs. So collectively, between the part-timers, $80,000. And then the $28,000 was what was previously being funded by the general fund assigned fund balance, ARPA, that isn't being funded in next year's budget. If you wanted a ballpark of, okay, we're asking for $50,000, what was the amount we had before? But like the city manager said, what we had before was not the same program that they're proposing.
I saw the brochure that went out for this, and some of those summer classes looked really good.
We do offer a good variety.
We have an adopt-a program too in the public where they can bring in funds to help pay for that. We do that also, don't we?
I'm sorry, Mayor, I didn't hear the question.
So our sponsorship opportunities, do we have one for like Adopt a Family, or is that through our Everyone Plays scholarship?
It's the Everyone Plays. So we do get private donations, and as funds allow, we approve those throughout the whole year, not just for camps.
because I think it was already tackled, was that this is not returning to the program we had 2 years ago, but this would be more of an extension of our existing program that we're having this summer.
It would be only the existing program. We've already selected the summer camps we're offering, and it would just be now subsidizing the cost of those, so maybe it becomes more affordable for families that maybe it wouldn't have been.
So with that programming, I mean, is there any way to collaborate with other agencies? I mean, such as we have the Boys and Girls Club across the street, but is there any other agencies we can collaborate with?
Are you thinking about in terms of getting funding, or that they would offer a summer camp?
Either getting funding, cost sharing, and otherwise.
It would be like an agency who would want to give us a grant, and I haven't seen any opportunities for that particular thing where they would fund the provision of summer camps. Obviously, Boys and Girls Club has their summer program, and so, you know, there's a lot of cross-pollination where they have a lot of people who participate in ours and vice versa, but I haven't heard of a grant that would subsidize it this year.
Yeah.
It might be, I mean, and we're always looking for community services type grants. So if there was something, we would certainly apply.
Just thinking that anytime, I've always wanted to see better connection with the Boys and Girls Club, because there's certain times there's things that the city will do and that the Boys and Girls Club do that do somewhat overlap. Just if there was any benefit of that collaboration.
I would say the Boys and Girls Club summer program is distinct enough because theirs is a full day program and our summer camps are not. So if you have a parent who's working full time, it would be really difficult for them to transition to ours and not do the full day program. So I think we try to work with them as much as we can, but we do have, I think, very distinct summer offerings.
Now, Hannah, is it only for Stanton residents?
Yes, of
Okay.
course.
Just want to make sure.
We've already got, it's already been published, right? So
This brochure has already been published, but, so we could either hold it for next summer, but we would need the funds now to guarantee we could offer it, because you see what happens with the timeline. When we do it now, it's too late. We could try and do a partial advertisement of the second wave of summer camps. Again, or if you want us to do it more strategically, we could hold this money for next year's and incorporate that into how we offer summer camps in the next summer.
Do we have this summer's completely funded or not?
So this summer is a completely pass-through, meaning if a family signs up, they're paying 100% of the cost out of pocket, yes.
our scholarship.
Yes, if they ask for a scholarship. Yeah, I think we gave out 34 scholarships last year.
I'm willing to wait till next year, and then that way we'll have it set, we'll know what our goals are, and we'll be able to move forward with it.
We're not rushing everything.
Right.
What I'm worried is that we're not going to have the funds next year to fund this, so it'd be smart to fund it now, especially.
I think that's what the mayor is saying, is approve the funding now, but we won't implement it until next summer's camps.
The funding's put away.
Good idea what the cost will be.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Next is the volunteer appreciation picnic. We're available for any questions. And just to clarify for this and the next two items, the Community Services Department does prepare a sponsorship brochure. So we do list all these events that companies or other partners can sponsor, and Xenia and her team do a great job. We got great sponsors for Paint the Town. So of course, anything that we can subsidize with sponsorships, we will. This is assuming kind of worst case scenario where it has to be completely city funded.
Can we just take all three of these together?
Sure. Any questions for any of the three items before we vote?
Is number 13 with the PCTA, do they do our video?
They do, but it's not free. They charge us for that.
Yeah, but it's part of our,
Correct, right. Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out how we get up to $12,000 if the PCTA is included in the budget.
It's food, it's decorations, it's giveaways for the food is honestly the biggest price, just to be honest. Like last year's, we had the plated breakfast, and that was probably 60 to 70% of the cost of the event.
Do other cities charge for their status event?
Yes, and that's something that, you know, the council can talk about. We've looked at other cities. Most other cities charge for their event. You'll see ticket prices anywhere from $40 to $100 per resident, which I think is extremely cost prohibitive. And a recent city that issued their state of the city, the tickets are, I want to say $40 or $60, and then they put a caveat. But if you want to attend for free, you can watch virtually, which I thought was a little bit not nice. So yes, that's certainly an option. I think our council up to now has been very focused on this is a community-facing event, and we want to make it accessible to all members of the community.
Not much money.
So I like the state of the city. I know your mom had a great time, John. But do we really need this?
What are you looking at me for?
I mean, we could just open up our council chambers and have all of our accomplishments just said right out here. I'm trying to save us $12,000.
Requested for this to be here.
I know, but
You can look over
should
that
we-
direction.
Should we need the state of the
No.
city? That's what I'm
We
asking.
need the state of the city.
I think the State of the
It's
City
good
is
for us.
a good event that
We've
almost
done-
all cities
We
do.
haven't done it in the past.
Well, we
We-
did
we
it last
did.
year.
Right, I mean, but like, apart from that, we haven't really
We
done
did
it
used to do it before the pandemic.
before the pandemic.
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
How was the event last year?
Your mom did a big one with the train. Remember when she had the train? That was in
12.
No, it wasn't that long ago.
The event was well attended last year. We were full. It was a breakfast on Valentine's Day. We did videos with each of the council members, and they each had a special project that they shared with the community. You know, the other option is, you know, you don't have to do it on an annual basis. The other option is some of these items you can ask me and the finance director to bring back at the mid-year, right? When we assess what is the state of our budget, were there more expenses than we anticipated? Were there more revenues than we anticipated? Is there surplus funding by any chance? So if you're not convinced that you want to approve it tonight, but it's a maybe, I could bring back all the items that we've kind of backburnered at the mid-year to determine if there's a new funding source.
One thing I'll point out is that we've had a change in how the State of the City operates, and this will be the first year we're testing out a more resident-focused program where it's like an enhanced talk on the block effectively. But also in terms of whether we cut it for next year or not, next year's our 70th anniversary. So I think we can retain this as our one option of celebrating that. But I think otherwise it's a good option in being able to communicate with the residents about what we've been doing. I agree with Dave that if we can find some way to work with PCTA, it doesn't have to be the same level, like a 15-minute production, but at least almost, I want to say, a brag reel of some of our accomplishments in the year and some of our things on the horizon.
Does that 12,000 include everything?
Yes,
So if we get sponsorship, that would be reduced, right?
absolutely.
So I think that would be a good way to see whether we can do that by some early and looking into getting sponsorship for that. I know, I've never seen water, gas, or electric step up to the plate for this. Have you?
No, not those three agencies.
Okay, well, those three could fund the whole thing.
And can we combine it with our 70th?
Of course.
Yeah, that would, I think it might even bring gas and them to want to be a part of it because it's a 70th anniversary celebration. And that would,
Remember how much sponsorship we got last year for the state of the city? There was some.
So we got a significant sponsorship last year. It was from one of our cannabis retailers. There was some pushback from the community. They didn't appreciate the sponsorship source. So we were sensitive to that this year because we didn't want to preclude any members from attending. So yes, we did have a significant sponsorship last year.
Why don't we just, why don't we leave it on, but we'll bring it back after we find out how much we can reduce our costs, because it's not till next year anyway.
That's fine.
Regarding that cost, what's the cost reduction we're already looking at from the previous production where we did it inside City Hall versus the production we're planning on doing this year?
We kept the cost the same. Yeah,
How much
it's
was
flat.
the sponsorship from that cannabis company?
I think it covered $10,000, I want to say.
Are we trying to get our state of the city funded or not?
I believe in getting free as me. But, you know, there's people in the community that.
They are We are continuing to ask them to sponsor other things that are maybe not as public-facing. For example, we are proposing that their cannabis community benefit fee go to fill the deficit from the public safety gap, so.
How much did we get in sponsorship for Paint the Town?
Zenia, do you
A
remember?
lot of sponsors there.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember. Believe we got 9,000 total.
And it's only 12,000? Wow. Maybe
Yeah, but
we
you-
should go for it.
You have that new sponsorship brochure you put together, right?
It was really nice.
Let's get it out. We'll list all these things in it. Okay. You guys all right with that?
Let's go for it.
So is the council direction that the events should be held if we can get sponsorships for 100% of the cost, or that we should approve them and then whatever we can subsidize with sponsorships?
Yes.
Okay. So all those in favor? Any opposed? Okay. The next.
Can you repeat that?
Items 11, 12, and 13, they should go into the budget fully funded at those, with that fiscal impact, but then anything that Xenia and her team can offset with sponsorships, we'll do that.
So they get the sponsorships for $12,000 before they increase their budget beyond $12,000.
No, so the budget will stay at 12,000, and then whatever Xenia can get sponsorships for will just be returned. Yeah.
Will be returned.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right, next item is the Business Connect. Okay, so the Business Connect program / North Orange County Chamber membership, along with number 15, which is the Small Business Digital Empowerment Program. I'm available for any questions.
I'm going to suggest no on this one. Working in web development myself, getting a website going these days on let's say a WordPress website through GoDaddy is $8 a month. If you want to have it managed, where GoDaddy provides you templates where you fill in the blanks, it's $12 a month. This, to me, appears to be the equivalent of a website-based Yellow Pages. And with many businesses now needing to have more of a social media front or other ways to directly interact with clientele and push themselves out there, I don't think this is the way to go. You can give me my cell phone app back.
Xenia, what, on staff time and everything, what do we spend annually on, grand openings? Do you have a ballpark on that?
For a grand opening for a new business, I would say maybe per business, a couple of hours of coordination back and forth, and then day of photographer, an hour after for social media, copy and photo editing, maybe 8 to 10 hours per business.
What's the annual cost to the city with staff time and that?
That's depending on who's involved.
And I'll clarify, I was speaking to the digital empowerment program, not the North Chamber itself.
We can certainly still do grand openings. That is not dependent on this funding, that we could,
I
okay.
just want to make sure.
Okay, any other questions?
We vote on both of them?
Yes, we can vote on both of them. All those in favor?
Wait, 14?
To vote on both of them, so all those in favor of 14 and 15?
No. No.
No.
Any opposed?
Or opposed?
Wait.
In favor of funding 14 and 15? Those opposed to funding 14 and 15?
Well, I was
Already uploaded.
I mean, we're voting the difference between 5,000 and 45,000, aren't we? Why don't we take them, why don't we take them by themselves? So let's start with the membership to the chamber for $5,000.
Okay, all those in favor of the membership for $5,000?
1-year trial
No.
basis. I'll say yes to 14, but no to 15.
I'll say yes.
I'll say yes. For 1 year.
Okay, so that 1 year, and then all those in favor of the Small Business Digital Empowerment Program for $40,000?
No.
No.
All right, next is, okay, so the solar camera trailer rental, this one is a little iffy because we're assessing right now, and we're determining really what is the impact and why are the residents unhappy? Is it because the trailer is gone or because the prostitution is coming back? So we're not 100% sure yet, so we are monitoring, but just because of the timing of this budget workshop, I had to bring this just in case. So I'm not 100% convinced yet, even if you did approve it, if we would move forward with this. This just gives me the option to, after talking with our Director of Public Works and our Director of Public Safety. So again, we have, I've negotiated the current rental price down to $1,000 per month per camera. So if you wanted to, let's say, we know summertime is difficult for prostitution and human trafficking, and if you said, hey, let's just go ahead and keep the cameras through the summer, and I just want to approve, through June, through September, so July, August, September, 3 months for both cameras, that would be $6,000. Versus if you're like, no, let's have them, even if it's not the fact that it's deterring, but it's just the residents like having it there, we want to have it there, that's fine too. So the cost would be $12,000 per camera per year.
Just to reiterate, I think it'll help our decision-making process here. How many cameras do we have, and how many are we looking at?
We have currently 2 rentals and 2 owned. So on July 4th, the 2 rentals technically will be picked up by the company, and then we would only have 2 city-owned cameras.
Where are the city-owned ones located?
We had them in the hot spots, so we are rotating those 2, and we moved the 2 rentals to other portions of the city where we're trying to deter certain types of activity.
And ours are movable too, or are they set?
All of them are trailer, they're all the same style, they're all trailer solar powered.
I thought I heard we had something on, you don't have any cameras that are on light poles or?
Those are the blue light cameras.
Oh, okay.
Yes, so we have 20 of those.
Okay.
Yes.
Got it.
Okay, any questions?
Which angle are we going with here?
We're going to rent, to buy? I mean,
I think we should keep the cameras. They've done a lot of good.
Rent or buy?
And they're just going to come back if we don't
what are you
have the
talking about,
cameras.
renting, or how much did you say they would sell them to?
$31,000 per camera.
It's a lot this year.
And how much is a new one?
Depends on the model. They have different features. They're anywhere from $50,000 to $90,000.
About what you've seen the impact of these cameras to have.
I think there is a deterrent effect. These particular cameras, based on what we're allowed to do legally, they cannot record. I feel strongly about the blue light cameras being effective, and I think these definitely do have a deterrent effect. We have tried to be as strategic as possible in terms of moving the cameras around recently, particularly the city-owned cameras. So people do like seeing them, but it's definitely more on the deterrent side.
Final thing, sorry. So I don't know if you can answer this, but I have had 2 residents come up to me, and they have told me that some of the women of the night have been ignoring the cameras. How would this, I guess, have a solution to it?
That's absolutely true. I think any strategy that we try, initially, there's a deterrent impact. So it's not necessarily for the individuals who are selling. It seems to be more effective for the individuals who are purchasing, because I do think it's keeping certain people away when they see that camera. So I agree with you that the individuals who are selling are very brazen, and they are no longer deterred by the cameras. And luckily nobody has vandalized them, but they're not scared away from them. So I agree with you. It's more about, yeah.
What's the difference between the blue light and these?
So the blue light cameras are mounted on existing infrastructure, whereas these cameras are on the ground and visible at eye level. The blue light cameras, you have to be looking up into the sky, and it has to be nighttime, and you have to see that blue light flashing.
That's when most of our ladies of the evening are
Well,
out.
you'd be surprised.
No, I have been surprised.
So, and then in addition, the blue light cameras, as Director Wren said, those are recorded, and they are housed generously by the city of Anaheim. We have to pay for the actual camera and the installation, but they generously cover the software system that gets the feed from the camera.
Monitors in
Director Wren has access to the videos. The trailer cameras, because they use wireless technology, there's a significant cost once you get beyond a certain amount of film. So those are only live, real-time streams. So there are a couple differences. I would say the biggest difference, though, is that the trailer camera is a big, bulky camera that's totally visible when you're driving at the street level, whereas the blue light cameras are very small, and the environment has to be right for you to see the blinking blue light.
We've spent so much money on the whole program, it just seems crazy to take those out, especially with summer coming, the longer days. They're going to be right back. They'll notice it and be right back.
Would it be more cost-effective to have blue lights?
Again, the blue lights aren't as visible when you're on the ground, so I don't know. I can't answer that, if how helpful it would be to see it like there versus up on the infrastructure.
How much of our 750,000 do we have left?
Probably by the end of the year, between 200,000 to 250,000, I'll be able to return to the special projects fund. That should only be used for one-time projects.
Used for a one-time camera purchase?
Jim, is it one of the most effective things we have is when we have one of our people out there parked on the street?
That the overtime has been effective in terms of, particularly on the customer side. I would say the less experienced customer is immediately run off, and then also just the ladies themselves have displayed their annoyance with us, and even just through contacts that a lot of them have moved on. So I think there is some value there. And then to your question about the blue light cameras are fantastic, but I wouldn't say that they are a deterrent to the customers. I don't think they're sophisticated enough to come by and make that, even though we do have signage indicating that they are being recorded, I don't think they make that leap. The deterrent component for customers is with the trailer cameras.
The amount of money that we're spending, have we looked at other types of enforcement?
You want to look at other types of enforcement. Certainly, the Orange County Sheriff's Department has, I believe, conducted 16 overtime undercover operations. Those run about $20,000 to $30,000 per operation. But if you look at how many citations they're writing and the way that they plan those, so they're not always on the same day, not always at the same time, and I think it keeps people guessing. And I think once you get pulled over, probably not going to come back to Stanton for that. So there's that option, which, the Human Trafficking Division will continue to be a presence in Stanton, but the intensity and the frequency with which they've been able to come because of the special funds to pay for some of those additional operations won't be there. So that's an option. Our overtime, as Director Wren mentioned, we do use a blend of code enforcement and public works to conduct overtime. We want to be very careful with how we have staff. They're not obviously sworn, and so we want to make sure that their safety is first. They're really just supposed to be a presence to deter, again, some of the more inexperienced purchasers. We've talked, I will be very frank, the most effective thing we've done is the cheapest thing, which is blocking off Star Street. That has been the most effective thing, and it cost the least. So we can't do that, though, everywhere because some of the streets actually are cul-de-sacs, so there would be no egress or ingress. So it's hard. We have to use a blend of strategies depending on what that particular corner or stretch or street segment allows. And, we're trying to partner with some nonprofits who really try to do outreach to the individuals who are potentially being trafficked. That's a very similar effort to homelessness, where they express that it takes 20, 30, 40 times of engaging with them and helping them feel safe. And so that's a very slow process to impact the end result that we see. So there are other strategies, but I will say, in talking to other cities who are challenged by these, it's traffic movement. It's limiting that traffic movement, making it difficult to go in and out. Caesar is working with Caltrans on some pending changes that we think will help. And so where we can, we're trying to make those physical changes as well.
I wanted to follow up on the question I asked before. With the remaining funds in the existing program, could those be used to buy the cameras?
Yes, sure. That's one-time funds and, yes.
So we can use that instead of applying new funds to it?
What happens when we run out of money for cameras?
If you purchase the cameras, then they're yours. So, but if you rent and we ran out of money, then we would return the cameras.
So we have about 200,000 left,
Correct.
and that'd buy 4 cameras?
I don't think we need 4. We already own 2. It was more, do you want to replace the 2 rentals? So it would be $60,000 of the $200,000 to buy 2 more, and then you would be at 4 city-owned cameras. And I will say, we do find utility in moving them to other areas of the city. We're very open to even lending them potentially to certain commercial areas that are having particular difficulties to help them see if that would be valuable and then determine if they want to make an investment in a solar camera. So there is utility beyond just the human trafficking and prostitution angle.
So we have money without hitting the general fund to buy 2. And could they get us a better deal if we buy both?
I can ask.
Yeah, ask. I mean, I would support that because I'd rather have them future.
Okay,
And we buy them, we own them.
that's fine.
And instead of renting it and throwing money away.
I just want them out there.
Yeah.
Can you buy insurance for them
I can ask the CJPIA if we can add them to our asset list.
and maintenance?
Yes.
Which has been more effective, the amount of money that we spend, the $30,000 on a sheriff's operation, or a $30,000 camera?
I think it depends because I think a lot of it is perception. So the goal of the sheriff's department operations is that nobody knows they're out there, right? So the residents don't know the nights that they're doing the operations. They'll see if they come to our website because we list the stats after each operation and we're like 30 citations and we arrested somebody and we were able to initiate an investigation, but that's more behind the scenes. Whereas immediately when we moved the one trailer camera, like Caesar immediately got a call and an email the next day. What happened? Why did you take it away? So, but I don't know which one is more impactful. I think the cameras are more visible to the residents, but to the actual people who get the tickets and citations, I think the undercover operation is more of a deterrent.
It seems like the supply side of John's it never ends. Of all the tickets we've got out, they still give tickets every time they're here.
So if we cut this off at the end of the month, we'll save $2,000 in rental?
If you cut this off at the end of the month, we'll save, yes, because the contract that the council signed as part of the Safe Streets pilot was only for 12 months. So that it was $36,000 for 1 year of rental of 2 cameras.
I would say let's get the 2 cameras. We're getting them at a reduced rate already. We don't have to worry about paying rental costs on maintaining them in the future. And compared to what the mayor asked with about having the sheriffs come out, that's for one night where we get these 2 cameras for all year and for perpetuity.
And to move them around.
Yeah, and you know what? And if they tell them we want both and make an offer, we can't refuse.
If we rent them, we don't pay like any of the repairs, right?
Correct. The maintenance is included.
Kind of like the appealing part of renting them. We don't own the piece of equipment, but we're able to use it and not even have to repair them afterwards.
I know, I like that too.
Yeah, but I think we can ask for, if they don't supply it, we should get a maintenance and an insurance contract on all 4 of our cameras.
Because we already
It's
have.
like buying a car with extended warranty.
So if you want to include that all 4.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is purchase 2 more solar camera trailer rentals using some of the Safe Streets Together monies, and then get insurance and maintenance coverage for all 4. All those in favor?
All right.
Any opposed? Okay. The last, I'm sorry. Third to last item on this list, asset management software. Again, this will be jointly funded from 3 different funds. And so we have a fund balance for public works type activities, and then we have monies from fleet and sewer, so it'd be 20 to cover this. I think this is an important software to have. It will help the city keep track of all its assets, which is good for our auditors, good for our insurance, and good for staff to have a software program so we can remove some of the dependence on spreadsheets and manual accounting of those items.
Does that include sewer?
Yes.
Do we contact OC Sanders?
I did send an email last week, and nobody has responded to me. But I will continue, if that comes through and it can address some of it, I will continue to work with them. Yes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Next is Dotson Park. So there was a request from Councilmember Barrios to hold on the resurfacing project and to hold those monies to hopefully accumulate a bigger pot of money to go towards identifying an existing park in the city for retrofit or renovation as an all abilities accessible park.
How bad is Dotson Park right now?
I mean, Dotson Park is difficult because we have a splash pad there. And the chemicals from the water for the splash pad then drip onto the rubber surfacing, so it does deteriorate faster. I was probably out there a month ago. It's still fine. I mean, the kids can still play. There's just like little divots and cracks here and there. But I will be honest, like we have the same problems at Stanton Park. That rubber surfacing also needs to be upgraded. So, and it is a little bit. You know, the monies that we had were only for the resurfacing, but we know that play structure also is getting dated, so it's kind of like, well, we do the resurfacing, but then later we're going to come and tear out the other stuff. Is it going to damage what we just put in? So I can see the value in holding these monies, which are coming from the Park in Lieu Fund, so they can only...
All of our Park and Lieu funds?
No, it's not all of the Park in Lieu Fund, but it was what we had set aside for that particular project. So we would...
What do we have in Park and Lieu?
Right now.
After whatever we have committed in our CIP program, set aside, doesn't include that, we have $693,000.
Remember, we also have other ongoing projects.
I think it'd be good, if you let Dotson Park go too long, it's going to cost twice to fix it, because that park has got a lot of moving parts to it. However, I think we should also support what's going on at the other parks on the Edison property. But let's take a look at what is allowable with Edison, and then what we'll do is we'll come up and bring back to the city a plan and what the actual cost would be to implement what we need to put in there. Then we can take that plan to Edison, and they can say yay or nay. But meanwhile, as we let the deterioration of our park system go, it's going to cost us a lot of money, especially if it's a water system.
Another thing about Dotson we need to think about is that we already are trying to do something about the caretaker building there. And we've had that as a federal request for several
Yes.
years now.
And other grants as well, not just earmarks. We've continuously submitted that.
Yeah, and I think we need to have a more holistic, high-level picture of what we do with Dotson going forward, because we're kind of looking at all corners of the park at the same time. I think we can take that opportunity. I think investing in, having a all-access playground is a great option while we do a more holistic view of Dotson going forward.
And depending on where SCE lands, Dotson may be the park that becomes renovated as the All Abilities Park, because if we can't expand under the SCE easements, it may not be a choice anymore, where that's the only park that we can do that on. So am I hearing that we should hold on the resurfacing project and do some research with Edison to determine moving forward, what are they going to allow under their easements, and then bring that back to the council and let you know, and then we can decide now, how do we move forward? Do we go ahead and focus on Dotson, or do we now use this money towards renovating another park?
Is Dotson Park going to make it through the summer?
Oh, yes, definitely.
Okay.
Yes.
I would ask the same question I've already brought up with the city manager. The difference between Stan Park and Hollenbeck Park is that Hollenbeck is much wider, and is not as immediately under the power lines for a good portion of the park. And if that provides us an exception, that might be an easier option to do there. I mean, in comparison, Stanton Park, we're pretty much preparing to level that and turn it all into dirt. So if SCE helps us out on that, but.
One of the things you have to also consider at Hollenbeck is security, because that area, especially that park area, has been problematic in the past. So whatever we do there, we have, Dotson's fenced in, Central Park's fenced in. So that's a consideration you might have to take a look at also.
We do have good community members that do call the sheriff's department and are on it. Anytime, I've gotten already 4 texts from my neighbors, regarding the area. And, I mean, their houses, backyards face the park. So as far as security reasons, they're on it. Even with the walkway that Anaheim put in, that the homeless, I've reached out to Ryan, the city council member there, because it becomes safety issues.
Okay.
So all those in favor of the proposal of holding on this project, having staff research with SCE what their go-forward is with park access underneath their easements, returning to the council then for a future decision. All those in favor? Aye. Okay, any opposed? Okay. Next is Mayor Pro Tem Torres' request for a senior assessment plan. So many cities do this to help provide it's a strategic plan just like any other area, but to help lay out, here's what your senior community needs, and here is how you plan for that, and here are the costs associated with whatever those programs or projects are. So again, this is about like a $30,000 to $50,000 endeavor.
What I'll say is that it's just not our senior population now. It'll be when we get, to the senior age, and then when our kids do, and so forth. So I think it's important that we get a good layout of what our city has and what amenities we have for our seniors, really.
Where we might be able to get some preliminary data is from Cal State Fullerton. They have all that information available. So rather than pay $50,000 to have somebody do that, why don't we go to the bank of information at Cal State Fullerton, which is available to us for free, and we can get some preliminary information. Bring that back to the council, and if we want to move forward because of what we get initially, then we can bring that back from staff.
So you're saying that they have data in regards to Stanton Senior?
They have everything, yeah.
We also had a census 3 years ago that has a lot of data.
Right, so it wouldn't just count the number of seniors, it would also make sure that infrastructure is available for them too. I do know that Cal State Fullerton will do that plan and study, but what I want specifically is to make sure that we have, let's say if it's nursing homes available, right? If it's adequate pharmaceutical companies that you could go to, you know what I mean? It's just basically to get a layout of the city infrastructure.
Okay.
And if you guys are willing to, it would be great if we could get a grant for this too.
One thing I would consider, though, too, is, again, we're a really small city. As soon as you do a 3-mile radius, you're already well outside of our borders. And just consider our immediate surrounding area. There's a lot of opportunities provided in our immediate surrounding area that may not be already located in Stanton.
And the cost you said is how much?
Seeing it'll be approximately 30 to 50. One of the recommendations for one of the other items was you could have staff go out to RFP and then return to the council and let you know what the proposals come in at. And if you determine based on what they're proposing they could deliver for that price that you don't think it's worth it, we don't have to award a contract. So we could do that preliminary step without necessarily a commitment. And then at that time, we could leave this unfunded right now as Michelle closes the budget. And then at that time, when we return with the proposals, if you find one you like, you can then make an additional appropriation at that time. It would come from the same source anyway.
I would like to maybe get a subcommittee right now on this particular topic, and Donald could be one of them, but get a couple of people to develop a punch list of what information we feel is important. So when we put out the RFP, we'll be able to ask what specific things we want. That way we get a better cost than just saying go out and test everything. I think the things that are important to the city. Remember also, like John said, we're a very small city, and we have a plethora of some things. There's some things we don't have anything of. I think things like mobile home parks for seniors. We have like 10 of them. We have 4 or 5 pharmacies. We have a care unit facility that was just built recently. And so we have a lot of variables out there. So I think if we get a group that's interested in working on that, we can come back with some recommendations for the RFP.
I would just add to that, if you're looking at access to medication, well, we just lost Walgreens, so that would be a hit to access to medication. Then we say just immediately outside the city, West Garden Grove just lost the Save-On, which would be another hit to access to medication. So there's large prevailing factors too involved in that.
Well, I would like to move on with the subcommittee. That would be great. And the biggest reason is because a lot of seniors, especially in Stanton, live below the poverty line. So that's why I would appreciate council support. So, yeah.
Okay, so we will not fund this item now. We will form a subcommittee with Mayor Pro Tem Torres as one of the members, and then we will research. What we can start with is surveying other cities who've done something similar and bringing you what their scope of service is included. And the subcommittee can then identify what the city of Stanton would be interested in utilizing in their RFP. Okay, all those in favor?
Thank you, guys.
Okay, now if we can quickly go to priority A. These should be very quick. I'm not going to go over them again. The majority of these are, again, number 1, we'll come back if there's an actual project or strategy that's new that we want to try. The others were either cost neutral or de minimis. The only one I really have a question specifically on is the community development, updating the developer impact fees. Again, this one is, we need to go out to RFP. These cost estimates are good. I used other cities' RFPs and the responses they got and who they awarded to. So these were actual dollars that were awarded for the exact same scope of services that we're looking for. So I do think that's a good estimate. So if the council wants to go through, I'll quickly go through. Item 1, there's really no fiscal impact. We will just continue to look for strategies. 2 and 3, there's no fiscal impact, but I'm assuming the council wants to proceed with both of those since they came out of our strategic planning workshop. Number 5, okay, let's take a vote on number 4 and 5. Let's start with 5, that's the simpler one. To continue overnight parking enforcement with a contract vendor. It is cost neutral. It does return a little bit positive additionally to our revenue stream. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, number 4, updating the developer impact fees. Any questions? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, all right. Now we can go, I'm not going to go over the approved packages in progress required mandated because, again, those are approved in progress. So now our final slide for decision packages is under personnel. I think I've described this in enough detail, but staff is available for any questions. Obviously, we have OCSD in the audience that's available for any questions as well. Yes.
Okay, we'll take number 1 first. This is the Orange County Sheriff's Department contract. Does anybody have any questions? Do we have a representative from the Sheriff's Department here?
We have multiple representatives. We have Captain Pierce here.
Yeah.
Oh,
Chief, who would you like to answer questions?
I'll go ahead and begin to answer the questions.
Okay, great, thank you. As you're well aware, as all the cities in Orange County, that we have been impacted by homelessness and transiency in our community. I'm just curious if you could just, in short detail, taking a look at what our budget is at this point, let us know how the Orange County Sheriff intends to address the homelessness issues currently occurring in the city of Stanton. And how long will it take for that impact to reach positive results?
Mayor and council members. So everything that we've discussed tonight, not everything, but quite a few things we've discussed tonight have surrounded quality of life issues. The city has spent quite a bit of money attempting to address homelessness through pilot programs and prostitution through pilot programs to the sum of approximately $1 million, let's say, over the last couple of years. Right now, based off of our call volume and need for service in the city, the deputies don't have the opportunity to necessarily address the quality of life issues as the city deserves. By adding the additional deputies, that will give us the ability to address the quality of life issues and handle the calls for service in the volume that we receive them in. There are many factors that can be at play, such as crime trends. I can't give you a definitive answer that the minute that it turns July 1st that all quality of life issues will be addressed. It will be a work in progress. But I know, as what has been stated tonight through many of the council members, is that you have to spend money to make money. And that kind of rings rings true to me a little bit, because we are a service. We are providing law enforcement services for the city of Stanton. We want to make sure that the city of Stanton has the ability to attract businesses to the city to continue to develop your tax base. What we've put together as a part of this contract is probably the best cost savings the city can see. We've done a reduction for the captain's salary. We've shared the deputy position for 2 deputies. We've paid 50% each for that. Also know that the resources that the city receives through the Orange County Sheriff's Department, not just the 23 deputies that staff the station, but all of the additional resources that are available. So adding these deputies, I think, is a very positive action by the city, and it will give us the ability to address the quality of life issues that the city has.
I appreciate that, and thank you for that. Can someone answer the question, though, is that this is going to be a sort of a phasing in process because we can't get all 6 of our deputies at one time. How will the city be able to handle the concerns with homelessness for both our residents and the business community until such time as we are at full strength? And besides that, can somebody definitively tell me what the homeless program is going to be under the Sheriff's Department for the County of Orange?
So to answer the first question, as we move forward with this in planning, we have the ability to get 4 of the proposed 6 deputies into seats, and that's whether it's transfers from other stations, deputies that want to come work the city. So that already puts us at +4. So then we would have additional bodies that we would have to recruit to come into the station. And there would be some training that would take place in that, and that's going to be approximately 4 months for those deputies to become operational through the training program. The settlement agreement, in the middle of July, we will receive further direction from Sheriff Barnes on how the Orange County Sheriff's Department will proceed in our protocols in dealing with persons experiencing homelessness. Until that time, we'll be handling it in the manner that we have been handling it, which is at the directive of the sheriff.
Okay, I've had a chance to talk with the operations, I don't know if he's an undersheriff or assistant sheriff, And I also had to listen to I had a meeting with the California League of Cities leadership with Sheriff Barnes, and he keeps saying to cities like ours that contract services that we have this program that he's going to be establishing that's going to address homelessness in cities like Stanton throughout Orange County. And it was very similar to things that has been told to us over the past year. Can somebody tell my fellow council members and I what the program is, and what the program is existing now, and what is the difference going to be between the two? And I think under Sheriff, is it under Sheriff Plunkett, sir?
Assistant Sheriff.
I'm sorry.
Not a problem.
I demoted you. I apologize.
Mayor Shawver, members of the council, thank you for your opportunity to speak this evening. Assistant Sheriff Jeff Puckett, overseeing patrol operations for the Sheriff's Department. Specifically for your question about what the homeless program is for the Sheriff's Department right now is very simplistic in answer. It's outreach and enforcement. The changes that you're going to see, though, are changes that have been California-wide with more of an enforcement approach as the laws have changed. Proposition 36, clearly stated as the Homeless Reduction and Theft Reduction Act, has now given us the tools to be a little bit more proactive in that area. So when Captain Pierce says that we have this program in place, the program is going to remain consistent with just more teeth. Now, what I will tell you is he's received direction directly from me as of yesterday to come up with a little bit more of a stringent homeless plan for this community that will be presented to me on July 1st. The expectation is that he's going to work with your public safety director, Jim Wren, on using some more deterrence theory principles and some CPTED principles, which I'd be more than happy to talk about that program, to use environmental design changes to help make this a safer community, especially as we talk about quality of life issues for prostitution and homelessness. Does that answer the question?
Yes, that's very general. Can you get into any specifics at this time?
Well, I think that's what we're going to talk about with the plan that he's going to work together with Jim on, because your community is unique. 3.1 square miles with a lot of diverse problems. And so you've already taken a lot of proactive steps under the camera that we're talking about, the stopping of traffic off of Star and Beach Boulevard. These are the basic principles that we plan to continue to partner with you on. But the generalization that you're talking about is in place for a reason, because these are case-by-case scenarios. My experience with homelessness goes back at least 10 years, and what I can tell you is there's no one broad brush plan that solves it for everybody. Every single homeless person that we've ever had contact with has to have an individualized plan for success, and sometimes that includes the Orange County Jail. One thing I would add on is we consider jail as part of that outreach program. We've spent the last 5 years turning the jails around into a place where they can receive both treatment and outreach for violations of law to get them back on their feet. And so that, I would say, is probably the more significant change that you can expect to see in this city.
Yeah, the thing is, in our community, and for whatever reason, we have not been able to address a majority of the quality of life issues because of the priority nature of them. That being said, as I look back over the last 2 to 3 years, we've not been able to do very much in the field dealing with our transient homeless population, except those that are dealing greatly with criminal records, criminal activity. We also know that we are both being handicapped at this point by the fact that there's no funding available to take care of alcoholism, mental health issues, or other things related. I think that it's going to be very difficult for us at some point if we continue down the path of where we are without making a drastic change in our protocol and the way in which we provide services to meet those two things that we're up against at this point. We all know that the state of California is not going to help us. I've already checked with the County of Orange. They're not going to help us. So the burden of responsibility is going to fall squarely on the shoulders of this council and our leadership here. Those are some of the things that concern me. There's no assurances that whatever program we have is going to be effective because we really haven't taken the opportunity to give it a try. I would hope that, this is May, we're going into June, then we start July. Over the next 4 weeks, I would really appreciate the fact that we can become partners with you, we can become informed with you, and that we can work together. I know that Sheriff Barnes always told me that one of the things that may be very effective is the fact that we share information with each other, which we hadn't done in the past. In other words, the things that we take down and information that we gather on people that we address in our community are shared between the Sheriff's Department from our folks and vice versa. I think the only way that we're ever going to get to that point of where we can take action by following the Boise Protocol is by documenting everything together in a joint effort. Those are the kind of things that I would be looking forward to as we continue on with our relationship with you. I think it's also important that whenever possible, until we reach that point, that you can relieve some of the burden in our community that is a cry out from our business community, which are losing their businesses because of certain things, and also our public who has this perception of negativity. I think these are the things that I personally, and I know my council, is looking forward to. This is going to be a big hit on our budget, and it's money that it's gone, it's gone. And the thing is what people don't understand is next year, even with this 5% increase, that's going to multiply with the new deputies that we have and continue on and on and on. There's going to be some point of the value of what our services that are being rendered are. I feel confident that you are the very best people. I did that back in 1988 when I first got elected. I chose the Sheriff's Department over everybody else. We've looked at other agencies over the years. You provide the very best service that's possible. We know that at certain points the courts have hamstrung you, but we now feel that we're free, you're free, and we would just like to see as immediately the implementation of what Sheriff Barnes wants to do so they can protect our city. And that is my request. And it's also the request to my fellow council members. It's a request to the people that live in my community. And it's a request of the people that do business in my community. So I would like to also have an opportunity to meet with you, with my subcommittee member, John Warren, at some point, and maybe discuss some of the future of what you envision in helping with the things that we talked about today.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, Don.
Thank you for coming up here and explaining everything. One of the things that I'm seeing up here, and what's really difficult for the rest of the council, is that we're getting increase and increase after year, and our budget is becoming tighter and tighter. So with that being said, there are many studies that indicate that cities with low income, low community programs, and a tight city budget correlates with high crime rates. If we can't pay for these community programs because we're catching up paying the sheriffs, how do we tackle this issue?
That's a great question. Unfortunately, I'm not in a position to answer that. I can only answer the question specifically as it pertains to the Sheriff's Department contract and what we can do to be effective partners with this team.
Okay. Anyone else? Go ahead, John.
Thank you guys for coming out. One thing I liked hearing is that you mentioned SEPTED and other community reinforcement programs. And one thing that's always concerned me was the level of communication between the sheriffs and the city in terms of how each other best inform each other's practices, such as you mentioned, as blocking off a street. That's been beneficial not only for your deputies, but for our people. But without this information sharing, we can't best help you, and you can't best help us. And I want to hope that this level of coordination can continue going forward. On top of that, I get what you're saying about what starts in July. Stanton had a similar situation with dealing with the Catholic workers case where the city was specifically under the injunction. And I've worked with the homeless community. I was out there with advocates at the time when the injunction came down. And we had a far cry of homelessness pre-2019, pre-2018. It was a lot smaller. It blew up during that time because of the injunction. Everybody came through. Judge Carter himself's walking, trying to get people off the streets, and we had a lot of people that just stayed in the community, unfortunately. But since then, it's continued to rise, and I understand that for you, the Catholic workers case is no longer going to be as much of a direct issue starting in July. For Stanton, we cleared that starting 2020, and it's no longer necessarily on our radar as of a year or two ago, but it's been unfortunate in that way that as a city, we've been compliant with the courts, and we've done what's been necessary and what's been asked of us by the courts. But unfortunately, having the sheriff still kind of tied up with that same case, that impacted us as a city. Furthermore, in that way, the last time I believe we expanded our sheriff's services was after we passed Measure GG, going back to 2014. We added a new Motocop and we did some other increases. But earlier on in the presentation I was watching, our budget's grown by $15 million in that span of time, but we've not increased our patrol services. We've done pilot programs, we've done these different initiatives, but we've never increased our sworn personnel. We've done non-sworn personnel in different roles, but we haven't done sworn personnel. And on top of that, looking at some other numbers that came up in the presentation, the priority 1 calls, around 400 calls in the last year. Our priority 2 calls, about 15,000. The people that are getting most impacted by having inadequate staffing levels are those that are trying to take care of more minor issues. I mean, your priority 1, that's light and sirens. They're going to be there. We can always guarantee on that. But priority 2, that's not lights and sirens more often than not. But 2s, 3s, and 4s are where the community starts to get really impacted by underfunding of our police services. I mean, that could be getting your citation signed off. That can be a family with custody issues, trying to get a deputy out to sign off on some paperwork. I mean, personally, in the last, since I've been on council, I've made 3 calls to non-emergency, and all 3 of my calls were double the time that was presented to us as what was the average time for those call levels. And so I understand this headache we're walking into here, but as I've said from the very beginning, if we're going to increase, our expectations are going to increase for the Sheriff's Department. We've always had this relationship where the city is what the city is and the sheriffs are what the sheriffs is, and there's been no change. And so I think I'm kind of just going off on a spiel in a bit here, but I just have to say, if we go forward with this, that expectation level is going to increase. So, thank you.
Thank you.
You know, one of the other things too, sir, is the fact that there's always has to be accountability and somebody held responsible. And, you know, there always has to be an accountability for all of us, whether it's the deputy on the street, the sheriff, or the council. But ultimately, what I'm not sure everyone realizes is that the responsibility and accountability is right here. It's us 5 people. It's not necessarily you. We're held accountable for our entire city. And it's been very difficult for us over the past few years, for whatever reason, to suffice the demands of the people upon us. And therefore, we're asking you for that help. Because without you, we'll never be able to attain the needs, to fulfill the needs of the people that live here. And so, as I said before, we're all anxious. We're concerned, but we feel that after what we've heard, especially from our chief in our negotiations, we had great time to sit and talk. I think we feel comfortable, but we always need that reassurance. And hopefully you can give that to us over the next few weeks. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anybody else? No?
I mean, I know it's a hard job, you know, but I've always wondered why our city couldn't be like our neighboring Cyprus. Why not like Rossmore, Los Alamitos? And I, part of the reason I understand, part I don't. But as a teacher, you know, I hold my students accountable. They hold me accountable. My administration holds me accountable. And I think what we all look at is holding everybody accountable. You know, we have to answer to the voters. We want our city to be safe, just like you want your city. Everybody wants to live in a safe city. I have friends that are deputies, and you know, and I understand it is a hard job. But again, we're here to represent our city of Stanton, and we have to do, you know, what's best for our residents. And you know, and it's accountability.
I think the other thing we'll point out, and you're well aware of this, there's no city in Orange County like Stanton. It's because we have Beach Boulevard. We're between the 22 and the 91. And we're surrounded by every city that has its own police department. And they look at the different rulings that come down from the courts in a different view. They clean their cities up with people that are homeless, transient, at maybe the quality of life issue level. We're also getting some from the cities of Long Beach, which are enforcing. Santa Ana has new policies, and LA is going to be the future. We're in competition with them. So that is becoming a great burden on us also. It's because of our geographic location. I don't personally feel that there's any other agency that can handle the city of Stanton other than the Orange County Sheriff's Department. But as I said, the accountability expectation level is probably way up here. So hopefully we can reach and attain the goals together. And I do want to thank you for coming here this evening and listening to what we have to say. I am really looking forward to meeting with you, with the chief or whomever you want to meet with, and with John and I. We'll also have a conversation with our fellow council members before that meeting, and with our city manager, and with Mr. Wren, our community services director. And hopefully we can come out with a new look, a new vision, and success.
Well, I'm going to be a little bit more optimistic. I have seen a lot of good things that have been happening recently. I've seen deputies move homeless off of private property that we weren't seeing before. I see what appears to be more patrolling in the city. I've seen our park cleared out after dark, after it's supposed to be closed. I've seen the homeless moved out of there. So I'm happy with some of the things that are going. I agree with all my council members. We've certainly got a ways to go. We're not there yet. But I do see progress in the city at times. The worst times I think I see are like Sunday maybe. The homeless seem to come out Sunday for some reason on Beach Boulevard. But other than that, everybody up here is right about it. We've got a long way to go, but I think we've definitely starting to go in the right direction. So I do want to thank you and our chief for that.
Thank you for the comments. I look forward to the...
Questions for us?
No, sir. Looking forward to the continued partnership.
Yeah, and thank you for all the, Commander Benson, thank you for being here. Sarge, thank you. We appreciate you coming and spending the evening with us. If I knew it was going to be this long, I would have moved you up on the agenda. So
We appreciate that, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mayor and Council, so there's no need to take any additional item on those two line items. They were already included in the proposed budget for this evening. So that brings us to the end of the budget workshop portion of tonight's agenda. So what we will do is Michelle and I will take back all the notes and comments and feedback from this evening, and we will incorporate them into an updated budget, which will be returned to the council for a formal adoption at its June 10th meeting. And then July 1st is when we will, as staff, implement the new budget. Any additional questions for staff?
I have a question. So do we need to get them to give us consensus on the merit pay that's coming out of this year's budget?
Yes, actually, thank you,
We need
Michelle.
that
So
action.
can I get consensus on the one-time performance merit pay for fiscal year 24-25? All those in favor? Any opposed?
I had a question.
Yes, yes.
How much would it cost for 3 instead of 2.5 for the employees?
3% COLA?
Yeah.
Give me 1 second. I have a 1% computed, so let me just pull that up because I can divide that by 4 easily. Is that just, okay, hold on. That would just be $13,700. $13,700 to increase the COLA from 2.75% to 3%. Is that what you were asking? Yeah, that would be $13,700.
And how much would it be at 3.5, which is the normal?
Well, let's just say what 3.75 is. 1% is $54,777.
Is it what, 3.5?
$1,777 is 1% change.
I'm going to make a motion at this meeting that we give our employees what they deserve, the normal COLA for this year at 3.5%.
Thank you, Dave. I second that.
Roll call, please.
And how much is that coming out of the budget?
Let me calculate the three, let's guesstimate, so 3.
It won't be more than $54,777 more dollars.
Oh, that's close.
You got to spend money to
Now,
make
is
money.
that 3.5 for the salary grades and still 1% for the part-time positions we discussed? Or are you changing the 1% for the part-time positions? I just want to make sure I understand your direction.
For our full-time employees.
Okay, so if we go with the no more than 50,000, which we know it's going to be a little bit less since we added a 0.25%, the total outlay from the total fiscal impact will be approximately $200,000. It's currently $160,000 right now for the 2.75 and the 1. So it would be approximately $200,000 for the 3.5 and the 1.
And that's total funds. 132 of that was general fund, so.
Correct.
So that'd be an increase of how much? 40?
Yes, 40 from
So
what
it's
we're
about an
proposing.
increase of 40,000.
Yeah,
right?
from what we're proposing.
All funds.
Okay.
Like about 70% of that's the general fund, the rest is other city funds.
And the merit was how much?
And the, merit is $1,500 per employee.
Yeah, but how much was the total?
63,000.
Just to go with the 3.5. Okay, so I'm going to amend my motion. I'm going to take away the merit, and I'm going to go with the 3.5% COLA for everybody. 3.5 is what everybody's getting right now, and we have to treat our employees fairly for retention and because the economy is not that good. Have a second?
Can we do a roll call vote, please, City Clerk?
Go ahead.
So is that for everybody, including part-timers?
No, just full-time.
Councilmember Warren.
No, she's on
I have a
contract.
separate contract.
I tried.
Questions, can I proceed with roll call? Okay. Councilmember Warren? Aye. Councilmember Barrios?
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor? Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Torres? And Mayor Shaver?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. That ends our budget workshop for this evening. We can return to the normal agenda. We're at item 10, oral communications from the public.
Okay, great. At this time, anyone who would like to can address the city council on any matter in our jurisdiction. We only have, I think, one, right? Yes. Okay, great. Russell Jensen, please.
Sir, if you can just go ahead and test that microphone for me, please.
Testing, 1, 2.
Perfect. If you could please just state your name, and you do have 3 minutes, sir.
3 minutes.
Yes, sir.
All right, it's going to be quick then.
Thank you.
Russell Jensen, I've been a resident of Stanton for almost 4 years now. I'm the treasurer for Lantana at Beach, so Beach and Garden Grove, so 208 units. So I'm representing all the units tonight. Appreciate the back and forth between the sheriff and the council, and I'm a finance guy too, so I appreciate the budget workshop, so it's good, interesting to watch it. 2 things, it's public safety. One is, where we live, we've had a lot of homeless issues, and we've had people jumping the walls and doing all sorts of things, breaking the property. I did a cost analysis looking at how much it costs to fix everything versus hiring private security. We went with private security. So now we have a private guard. They're there from 10 o'clock at night until 6 in the morning, and they are removing people from property because they have to. We have probably 100 children in the property, maybe more at this point. We find them, sleeping in someone's yard, sleeping in other areas. So we had to do this. So we had to take that additional expense on, and then we pushed it to the homeowners, right, through their monthly fee. So that's one thing. So it's good to hear that back and forth. Any more that you could answer on that question, what the city is doing? The main issue, I think, really down in that part of town is the motels in Garden Grove. Those motel, I actually am a pickleball instructor as well on the side, and I've worked with the city of Garden Grove, and I got to meet the city manager, and they already bought one of the properties there. And I know it's 2 brothers that own them, and they're trying to get the other one. So wondering if you guys are partnering with the Garden Grove police. And the second thing is the fireworks. We're coming up to 4th of July. The Walmart right there sells fireworks all the time. We hear it all the time. Correct me if I'm wrong, I'm missing the point here. You can let fireworks off in Stanton, or no? You can. Okay. All right. So the legal ones, yes. These are not legal fireworks that they are selling there. They're like this big. They're like rockets. So any comments on that would be appreciated. In the Walmart parking lot where there's a Denny's, there's like a huge firecracker store, and I think you guys should take a look at it. Perfect. Good. We don't want it.
Well, since you're a Stanton resident, I'll have my city manager in just a couple of words tell you about our new requirements and the new things we're doing to stop illegal fireworks in our community. Go ahead, Ann.
Sure. So this 4th of July holiday season, the council recently identified a pilot program to try to enforce against the purchase and use of illegal fireworks. So in the city's municipal code, we do allow safe and sane fireworks. The municipal code outlines specific days and then even times within that specific window where they're allowed to be sold, and then days and times that they're allowed to be discharged. Now, and only those authorized booths can sell them. So now we have kind of a multi-pronged approach for enforcement of illegal fireworks. One is that if there are any businesses caught selling illegal fireworks basically under the table, people can report that to the city. And if we find evidence of that, there will be a penalty up to and including revocation of their business license, which is pretty significant. We've already mailed out an informational letter to every business we have in our business license database, letting them know of that penalty. In addition, the council passed a social host ordinance. And so what that allows us to do is impose escalating fines for property owners who allow illegal fireworks to be discharged. So this can include commercial property owners if we catch individuals lighting them off in an empty parking lot. Even if the property owner was not aware,
Right.
or even if they weren't on site, they are still held responsible under this new ordinance. Same with residential property owners. You hopefully had received a mailing. We sent out a mailing. Are you townhomes, or we sent out a mailing to all multifamily residences, which is like apartment buildings, to let them know, because those property owners will be responsible as well. Now, if you are aware of illegal fireworks being utilized on your property, you can call the city or the sheriff's department non-emergency dispatch line and report that. And if we have that report on file, then even if we identify through drone surveillance,
Okay, perfect.
we
Yeah.
can waive that fee for you.
We don't have it on our property, but there's 2 or 3 properties in the area.
Okay.
Which is adjacent to ours, where
Okay.
for sure it's going to be
Okay.
like downtown Baghdad again on the 4th of July.
Okay.
It's just like, it's like crazy. So,
I can give you my business card, and
Yeah.
if you want to send me the addresses
Yeah,
of those additional
perfect.
neighborhoods, I think our public safety department is well aware, but it's always good to make sure
Yeah.
we have the same list. But yes, we are taking a very different approach this
Okay,
year during
cool.
the 4th of July season.
yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah. Oh, perfect. Yeah. So do I approach you guys to get the cards, or are you,
She's
okay,
gonna-
so okay, perfect. Well, I appreciate your time. So, thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to address the council at this time?
Yep. Perfect.
Patricia, have you received any more correspondence?
Mr. Mayor, we have none.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. All right, we're now on item 12A. This is committee reports, council announcements. Go ahead, John.
Wanted to thank everybody for coming out to the car show this year. It was a new location, and I think that location actually worked out really well. And I appreciate that, not only the Stanton Community Foundation for being there, but the Lions Club for being there, and Rodeo 39 for being a great partner to work with in that. Wanted to mention that June 3rd, Stanton Library is finally reopening, and hopefully everybody can come out. And that's it for my announcements.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other announcements?
Tell us about Paint the Town.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. So we held it a few weekends ago now. We did have a little bit of rain that got on the way, but we still had a huge turnout from the community. I think we had about 150 volunteers, and a variety of sponsors completed a number of projects at all of our different facilities and sites. Grateful for the Lions Club and a number of other partners that came out and donated at the Home Depot. We will be bringing them out to give them recognition at a future council meeting.
All right, this is item 12B, council authority to initiate items for a future meeting. Go ahead, Donald.
I would like to agendize an item where we can speak about Western and the speeding that goes on. And then also, unfortunately, there's been a few really bad car crashes and pedestrians hit, so I would really like to see a change on Western.
My apologies, sir. You said Western and?
Just all along Western and Stanton from Cerritos to Valley View.
Thank you.
I wanted to see what we can do about working with the city of Buena Park to do a joint recognition for the Stanton Depot that's currently located at Knott's Berry Farm that has no historical recognition. It's the depot that's used for the Ghost Town Railroad. It's a building that was located in Stanton until 1951, and it was here in 1898, but it's been there for a long time. And I've communicated with Buena Park council members over the year, and just nothing's ever quite happened with that, but other buildings in that vicinity have historical markers. But I think it'd be a great way to recognize not only Stanton history, but also the history of the Pacific Electric in Orange County.
Well, if I can still remember, my item was for red light cameras, I believe. I've looked into a little bit more.
My apologies, Mr. Taylor. I do want to add that Mr. Mayor Shaver, do you still wanted to agendize the current city council revisiting the revoting on the direction of the previous city council, which gave to host a town hall meeting for mobile home park rent control, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to add that for the record as well.
You're up, Jerry.
I've done a little more research on them, and I think it's probably a waste of time to go for it, so I'll just withdraw it at this point. I don't think we can do anything. LA is doing some speed camera tests, but it's going to be like a 6-year test, and the state isn't allowing anybody else to do them. And there's still one red light camera at in Los Alamitos, on Catella and Los Alamitos Boulevard, but apparently Garden Grove's removed theirs, so.
I didn't hear cities.
Oh, well, it was a thought.
I guess, okay, and then 12E, city council initiated item. I guess that's me, right?
Yes. Can I also please confirm on 12C for city council agency authority items for a future study session? Are there any? Hearing none, thank you. Item 12D was the red light cameras that has been rescinded by Councilmember Taylor. And item 12E, Mr. Mayor, is city council initiated item, discussion regarding private security patrol and enforcement within the city. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. The reason I put 12E on is because I was very concerned about the quality of life issues on our streets, in our parks, in our public right-of-way, our medians, and other areas of the city. I also know that we're in the process of implementing some changes within the Orange County Sheriff's Department. So my concern, and the reason I put this on, because I wanted to see how you folks felt about it, was what are we going to do until such time as we establish the, quote, new program or the new project or the new process in the future? And also until we get enough deputies so that we can be addressing the quality of life in the city of Stanton. And I think also one of the things I also had in mind was we spend an awful lot of money with overtime with our city staff chasing the human trafficking problems in the city of Stanton. And sometimes it's cheaper to have a body there that's getting paid less than, our professional staff. Due to the fact that we just spent $60,000 on 2 more cameras, I don't think we're going to have a need for that, hopefully, in the future, although that's one of the things that private security can also help by actually having a body there during the peak hours, which takes the burden off of our code enforcement people and lets them get back to doing their normality. So anyway, I just going to leave it up to how you feel about it. So if you have a comment, go ahead, John.
Yeah, I've heard about this being implemented in many ways. I have concerns and considerations that as a public agency, what purview we have over the actions of private properties. We've kind of run into that wall at times in the past. I know that cities that have had business improvement districts where the businesses are effectively taxing themselves for a service to be provided, that there can be overlay areas where a service such as private security could be implemented that has no boundaries between the different businesses. But if we look down at Rodeo 39, that you have Rodeo 39 has their security, In-N-Out has their security, and Raising Cane's has their security. Now, it'd be wonderful and beautiful for us to just be like, hey, you 3 just work together and have one patrol instead of 3 different patrols for the same area. So I have considerations about that. I would also want to just consider liability, indemnity, or how we can indemnify ourselves in this kind of situation. I see potential in it, but I see concerns. I would want to take an opportunity to explore what other cities have done and see if there's anything we can model after. This is one of those things I absolutely wouldn't want to be the first city out the gate to try. It just seems like it could cause quite a few problems. But I think it's an interesting proposition. but also there's a cost associated. We're a 3.1 square mile city. How much range and area are we intending to use here? Are we trying to help a business supplant services because they're not paying for it themselves? I can name 2 properties off the top of my head that probably really should have private security compared to similar parcels in the city. I wouldn't want to be doing their work for them. So I think there's a few interesting ways to look at this, but I'm okay with looking at it effectively.
I think it's a great idea. Again, my concern is the liability for the city. If there was a way to protect ourselves from any liability, because, you know, they're human, they make a mistake. I don't want to be the liability to fall on the city. I think just researching what other cities, I know there's a couple of them. I would like to talk to them, the staff, and see, how it has benefited the community as far as public safety goes.
Answering your question on liability, most private security companies have their own liability policies. A lot of them have body cameras, and a lot of them have gone through training dealing with issues of quality of life issues. And on top of that, some of the other things that is beneficial with them is the fact that they don't have to be out there all the time, but they can be on call to help our public safety department as they go through things whenever that necessitates itself to also do that. As an example, if we were just to put them in the park right over here, right around the corner, we probably wouldn't have all of the issues because nobody ever uses that park because nobody wants to go there. Because the people that are there are transient loitering people that are dealing drugs, that are robbing people, that are changing their bicycle, all those things that we put in our ordinance that you can't do in Stanton. And just, even if we cleared one park out, that would be very beneficial. I think also, like I said before, if you put one on Main Street next to the camera, and he's there in his uniform, I'm not real sure how many Johns are going to come by and solicit at that point, except that John. No. And it doesn't have to be forever, but it can be for a point of time where it helps with our, the fact that we have human trafficking can be reduced, the drug dealing, with the presence of somebody there at the park, to at least have them get out of the park, especially at night when we're closed and they're not supposed to be there. I'm not looking at this as a punitive action or doing anything out of the ordinary. It's just enforcing our city ordinances. No criminal violations, things along those lines. That's the responsibility of our sheriff's department. Just the basic city ordinances that we adopted recently to help us through a period of time where we had several different types of problems. Indemnification comes from them to us. That would be one of the prerequisites that we would have. Go ahead, Gary.
I like what Rodeo 39 has done with their security. They do seem to keep the place pretty clean, but it's not perfect. It's kind of like the Walmart parking lot. I mean, they have a security guard there that moves people, but there's always people there. The idea with putting one in our park, if the homeless aren't doing anything illegal, you can't make them leave. I like what the sheriffs were talking about tonight, going after people that are breaking the law and maybe including some jail time and rehab time or something like that. That might be good, but I think private security is good in private businesses and things. I don't think it belongs on our streets, simply because that's really the sheriff's job and really our public safety people's job. I would never disagree with hiring a few more public safety people if we could afford it, but I don't think that's an option.
But I think he's talking about temporary, not long-term. And I see, for example...
Or are you going to put them temporarily?
Okay, so for example...
Should we be discussing all this? This isn't even
agendized,
isn't it?
If we got private security in our city, the people that work our city's private properties could clean up our city in 2 weeks. That's all it would take. Go ahead.
I feel like there are many issues that could arise if we vote for this. I think that private security could bring challenges between public trust between our residents, sheriffs, and the city. We currently have issues in our city where the sheriff's department has to fight for the trust of the public for many years. And I believe that bringing private security would make the trust in our law enforcement and faith in our city go back to square one. Today, citizens with undocumented family members are scared and hesitant to go to the sheriff's station or call to report a crime. Understanding this, we should carefully consider what impact this will have on our residents. We should not only focus towards dealing with the homeless issue, but make sure that our residents are safe as well. Residents want to see an effective public safety with adequate oversight and laws that protect them. What I am seeing here is a frustration with an entity that has little oversight, and our solution is to move to an entity with zero oversight. How is this going to yield better results? It sounds unappealing to go to Stanton's In-N-Out, unwrap your burger, look to the left, and see a militarized private security force watching over you through the window. I want residents to enjoy Stanton Central Park and our sidewalks without having a private militarized security imposing themselves upon our residents. Our county government instructs the sheriffs to keep our community in mind. The issue here is that private security firms will only have protecting profits in mind and not our residents. Our officers have training that private security doesn't. And if there's racial profiling or unlawful violence committed upon someone, we're on the legal hook for that. The legal exposure on its own is enough to vote against this. This isn't an easy decision to make. Civil rights violations, negligence, and reports of misconduct are all things that we might have to deal with if we decide to go into private security. The potential millions of dollars put on the line it's a lot. We just okayed a 14% increase to our sheriff's contract and added many more officers, and after that, we're still gonna contract with a private security. I just don't think this is a good idea.
My only response to that is that several cities who can't afford to increase the sheriff's department, as the city of Lakewood is an example, have hired private security to help in their parks and areas of the city where they are really hit heavy. And the programs have been around for years, and they're very successful. Well, as an example would be Lakewood is one that's very successful at it.
Well, I will say that
Lakewood, California.
I know Lakewood, California, in their parks. I've
They
been to
have-
Lakewood.
They do the whole city.
Look, I've seen council items come up in Portland and also Beverly Hills, and residents have still come up and said that they don't feel safe with private security around. I think this is something even in the nicest areas where they try, and they still have these issues. This isn't a solution to our problem.
But it's temporary. I don't see anything wrong with trying it, and if it doesn't work, then we get rid of it.
If we're a private entity, I would have no problem doing this, but we're a municipal government. I don't think we belong in this field.
I'll reiterate what I said before. I have many concerns too. And for me, I'm just more so curious if this is even a feasible option, considering the nature of public versus private property and the relationship in there. Some cities do have this kind of arrangement, but maybe it's specifically in a downtown corridor, trying to deal with unruly patrons. West Hollywood has it to deal with people on the Walk of Stars. And as far as I'm aware, I think Santa Ana even has this kind of program already initiated. But I don't even know how feasible the item is, but I think it's worth investigating it. Not that we're signing the contract as soon as the next meeting. We may just find that this doesn't even work, and it's not feasible for Stanton. So I think at the bare minimum, it's worth looking at it. And for instance, you mentioned In-N-Out. In-N-Out already has armed security. In-N-Out and Raising Cane's both have armed security, but Rodeo doesn't. And so, I mean, that kind of goes to business. Yeah, some of the businesses, they look like a SWAT team running around. Some of them look like, if I may be honest, Paul Blart Mall Cop. So it varies. And ultimately, any kind of decision in that way would be set by the expectations of City Council.
What I will say is that depending on what private security we would go to if you guys decide to vote for this, is that they have their own BID process. And a lot of times what they do is they'll charge the people that they're removing with community work, and that community work is self-sufficient, like self-fulfilling to the agency that they're contracting with. So therefore, a lot of times, they use a lot of homeless people as free labor. So ask yourself, is this something that we want to open the floodgates towards?
No, and I will say I have friends that are security guards, and getting a guard card is not the most impossible task out there. And I know people that work as guards that are not, should probably not have a card. And yeah, it's different layers. It's such a wide field, and in recent years, whether you want to say it's a reaction to popularization of seeing on TV that theft is increasing here, there, and everywhere, that the amount of service providers in the field of private security has increased tremendously. It feels like they're popping up in every corner. It's like, you got more security guards than Starbucks in the city now, or security guard companies than Starbucks. But again, there's a lot of things I feel like I know about this topic, and there's a lot of things I feel like I don't know, that unless we investigate it, we will find out.
What I will say, just like you just said, it's not new, right? So actually, private security, people are outpacing how many officers we have in communities all across America, right? So this isn't a new thing, right? We could literally look at many cities, and we'll still find that they have issues with their homeless population.
And I would be happy if we were to continue with taking a provision such as what we did with a particular motel in the city, that if we find that a business is not sufficiently taking care of themselves, that we look at punitive actions. Again, I can think of two particular shopping areas that are not as well reinforced as some of other shopping centers in the city. Maybe there's a mechanism we can do to actually make them provide that service themselves rather than us having to try to help them do it.
My only concern is how long is it going to be before the city of Stanton is able to address the quality of life issues? We have all these cities around us that are addressing all out on quality of life issues, okay? Right now, today. We have the summer months coming up where everybody likes to camp on the streets, camp in the parks, park everywhere, and also solicit money on all the different, we have all those laws. Fix their bicycles so they can buy drugs, sell bicycle parts. All the things that we actually put in an ordinance to help with our quality of life issues, and we have no one enforcing them. Hopefully that will resolve itself in a short period of time, but until then, what do you tell the people that live in this city, in the business community, that have wrung our ears off, especially mine, for the past 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 months asking, when are you going to help us?
As a homeowner, I want to see our public safety number one. My neighbors, same thing. I got text 6 o'clock this morning that I forwarded to rent, and it's a constant. And I understand your concerns, but I would love to see what Lakewood's done, talk to them, see what the cost is, and then evaluate. Maybe the cost is too much. Maybe it's not successful in Lakewood. Maybe it's not successful in other cities. But I would like to research it and, just investigate it more.
Look, the reason why we have a police force or a sheriff's is because we have elected officials that go ahead and dictate the laws in which they enforce. But a private security firm, we have no say over what they do. If they don't want to enforce one of our laws, they won't do it. We have no oversight. We have no control. At least the supervisors can put laws on them and tell them what to focus on. But here, nothing. It's just up to them.
We do have the option to say, you know what, it's not working, and it's done.
And then we wasted so much and the impact on the community.
But flip the other side. Think like Gary here, if it works. And what you just did for our community to make it that much safer, they work with the sheriffs, right? And it's going to take how long before we get the sheriffs out? We still have to recruit. But for a temporary fix, if it works, you know what? We made our city safer, and it makes the job easier for everybody.
I can guarantee you, every city that has contracted with private security has not solved their homeless issue. They have not seen a higher quality of life. This isn't a fix. If our sheriffs can't do it, what makes you think a private firm can?
Can you do a report for me on that and give me numbers?
You're not my teacher.
You got the summer off.
Yeah, I can be his private
Devil's
teacher. There you go.
advocate.
I'm his private teacher now.
What are we going to do in the meantime while we're waiting here?
Well, the
And-
thing-
and
the
let me
point-
tell you
right,
why.
yeah.
Because I'm going to tell you right now, the community is not happy right now.
Of course, I
They
can too.
are outraged. And you know what? As the summer wears on, it's going to get worse and worse and worse. And what are you going to tell them?
Well, here's the
No, no,
thing.
no.
I'm not going to tell them I'm going to give up and go
No,
for a
no,
private
I know-
security force.
I
I'm going
know-
to tell them I'm going to work with the sheriffs. That's
Okay,
what I'm going
but-
to tell them.
Okay, but it's not working, so what are you going to tell them? How
So
are you
you're
gonna
just going to
tell-
give up? This is the entity
I
that
know,
we
but
have
what
that
are you
also
going to
protects us.
tell the
What if-
public?
Okay, so what if a private security person literally decides to go ahead and do violence upon somebody?
Okay, I'm
We're
not-
going to be on the hook.
Just
Ask me.
Donald, please answer my question. What are you going to tell the
I'm
public?
going to tell them that I'm going to put the sheriffs on the table, tell us what they're going to do, and work something out. We're not going to give up. That's what we're doing here. For what? For an entity that we have no say over? It's not going to help.
Can you guarantee me 100% it's not going to help?
Can you guarantee me that we're going to see safe streets with private security?
you know
You're the
what?
one
We
who's
do-
saying it's going to be
won't help
effective. It's not going to be effective.
You know what?
Do you have any study that indicates?
That's
that
what I was
it's
asking you, and you said you're not my, I'm
what
not
I
your
can
teacher.
say- Yeah, what I can say is that there's many instances of brutality at the hands of private security officers. That's what I can tell.
Okay, show me the stats, show me
I'm
the
sorry,
incidents.
I didn't bring a whole book with me
Yeah, so
today.
you're
I'm
just
sorry.
talking.
Okay, let me interject here. If we were to say yes, and let's just say we're full steam ahead, choo-choo train status, that it's going to be a few months to codify any formal rules that the city would have to be able to enforce this program. It was going to take a few months to go through a public bidding process. By then, the sheriffs would have happy new deputies patrolling the streets of Stanton. So it's going to,
We just had a 14% increase. And let's say that data is not real, right? Nothing stops us from being protected from the liability. Nothing stops us from being safe and insulated from any wrongdoing that these people would do, if that's the case.
You're 100% sure.
I mean, if we contracted with a company and they went ahead and they did something wrong, I would find it really difficult that they wouldn't sue the city too.
I mean, they'll sue the city for anything, you know that.
So then we're gonna, so
Anybody could-
so we're gonna open our
No, no,
legal,
no, no, I mean,
our
anybody
legal
could.
liabilities, that's what you're saying.
What's the liability, HD, on that?
Mayor and council, with all of our contractors, vendors, consultants, we have agreements in which we would include indemnification provisions, in which, again, whatever vendors, consultants, contractors we contract with would agree to indemnify, hold harmless, defend the city with, for any acts that they engage in. That's typically backed up by insurance that the city would require them to carry. To one of the council members' points, that doesn't prevent a lawsuit. Certainly, if anything were to happen, the city would likely be included in a lawsuit. However, those are how the city's contracts are set up.
The city also has security, by the way.
to button this up, how about we just
Button it
ask staff to review existing policies on the books of cities that contract police or private security services, and let us know how it functions, how it works for them. Doesn't mean we're taking action on it, but at least we're able to answer some of these questions, and hopefully
And
it
give us
may.
a timeline
Yeah.
if we were to implement it, if we needed it.
Has this city, have you had any, where are the other city managers? Have any of them done this that you know of?
So I know the city of Lakewood, as you referenced, and I know that city manager very well. I know the city of, is it San Clemente or San Juan Capistrano uses private security in some capacity. I know the city of Bakersfield has a program. I also know the city of San Juan Capistrano city manager. City of Bakersfield has a program. So I know there's a handful, maybe more than a handful of cities in California that utilize it. Up to this point, I haven't done any deep dive into it because the council has not directed me to do so. So certainly if the council is interested in having me do that, or staff having staff do that, okay, it'll probably be me, having me do that deep dive, I'm happy to do that. I would also ask that the council give me a priority. I have some other council-initiated items, like we try to go through them in the order they were received. So I have some other items that we've been working on. I would need to know if you want me to cut this to the front of the line or not.
What was the initial response from your early conversation with the sheriff? I know the sheriff's department, LA County Sheriff does Lakewood. What was their city manager's words?
Understanding after talking to the city managers, they had a little bit of a different scenario. Their scenario was their council wanted additional deputies, and LA County Sheriff's Department could not, due to their difficult recruitment efforts, could not meet that need that the council wanted. And so at that point, they turned to private security and supplemented with private security. When I talked to the city manager, I believe he was satisfied with what private security was doing in their city, but the way they got there was a little bit different than the situation we're in. I would ask that the council allow me time to go back and to re-engage in that conversation with him, and I can bring back more specifics if you know, a subset of the council wants to connect with their council. I could try and see if I can facilitate that, and I can also do research on other cities in California that have maybe more robust programs to understand what their contracts look like, if they've had any issues with the public, how those have resolved.
How long have they had them?
That I don't know off the top of my head.
But was he negative, positive?
He was positive. He was positive.
Okay.
Captain, I hate to put you on the, Chief, I hate to put you on the spot, but, and any one of you can answer, what is your opinion about private security and what we're talking about? I mean, because we need to have a working relationship all the way around. I don't want to step on people's toes. Mr. Wren, I don't want to step on your toes. So I mean, I think it's great input to get from everyone.
From my perspective, private security can create more calls for service for deputies to handle, meaning that they don't have the authority to enforce the law. That is the job of a sworn peace officer, and that is what we are contracted to provide. So in an instance that has been brought up by Councilmember Torres, if somebody is has their civil rights violated, the city is probably going to be is going to be held accountable for that. But we are also going to be responding there. A security guard is to observe and report. They can not necessarily detain somebody, but they can affect the private person's arrest for that person, and then that's when they call deputy sheriffs. So if you think in the scope that it's going to necessarily plus up a force, it's actually going to take a deputy sheriff away from enforcement in another area, whether it's there or not, and now drive them to handle that call for service.
Anybody want to add?
Apologize. If you can come to the podium, please. Yes, sir. Because if you do speak, we do have to have it on record. If you change your mind, it's up to you, but you're okay.
I would love to hear what you have to say.
Yes.
Well, we've been here. Okay.
Hi, my name is Sean Craighead. I am currently the community manager for Clara Vista Apartments. I work for Quality Management Group. Prior to that, I worked for Universal Protection. I worked for Allied Barton. I was chief operations manager in Santa Ana, and I did that for 15 years. So I kind of got a little bit of experience, and I'm a little nervous. You're right, Mayor Pro Tem. Security officers are, we're not cops. They're not cops, but they're dressed as that, and so they're perceived that way. And this is a misconception. The primary purpose is to observe and report, and the secondary is to deter and prevent. To be honest with you, they wind up calling the police more often than not, and so the uptick in calls is correct. However, the problem really lies in the post orders. Each place has a client, and that private client tells the company what to do, and then that's what is put on paper, and that's what the guard is told to do. And as far as liability goes, you're right. They carry $1 million, I believe, in unarmed and $2 million in armed liability insurance. However, that's not usually the biggest problem. The biggest problem is that they interpret what is being told what to do. In a public setting, it's a lot different than a private setting. A private setting is like in and out. You know, the guy has a gun, but the gun is to protect him. It's not to protect the business. And if they're unarmed, they're unarmed. And so they kind of are, each one of them are private. They're independent. Once they're out on the field, and they do have very minimal training. That is true. State mandates 40 hours. Most companies are, big companies do have due diligence, but the smaller companies, which are usually the ones that take city contracts. I worked for a company that had the Riverside city contract for all the public libraries. And, I was the one that was in charge of staffing them and training them. Well, this was not easy because, first of all, just getting them to do it for such a low wage. So that's number one. So you kind of, you're not getting the pick of the litter, you're kind of getting the bottom of the barrel. So if you're looking for somebody to just wear the uniform and be a deterrent, like say in a shopping center or something like that, that's great. But if you're asking them to do specific things that engages with homeless, this is probably not the best solution. And I think Captain Pierce is correct. That's it.
Saying about some private security companies is that they do have sworn personnel that they can also bring out, which also helps with the enforcement issue. Bottom line is, my vision, I would just like to see them keeping the population that is on our streets, that set up their encampments, block the right-of-ways, just have them move along. I'm not saying offer, arresting, harassing, just asking them to move on. Because I get more complaints every day about people in the same spot, every day blocking the right-of-way or blocking the sidewalks. You can go down Cerritos every morning and see the same people. Our guys go down there and they come back that afternoon, and they're there the next morning, they come back the afternoon, and they're blocking the right-of-way. And people pick up the phone and call,
You
and
mean the
that's
gentleman
why.
that walks up and down the sidewalk?
No,
all
they're
day?
camped on the sidewalk, Donald. They're sleeping on the sidewalk.
I know one guy that just walks around the whole day. You're not talking about him, right?
Yeah, well, I know that guy too.
Okay. Mhm. So, I mean, at the end of the day, if the sheriffs can't enforce what you're asking for, the private security isn't going to do it. That's just at the bottom line, that's what it is.
If I may suggest, and there's many people in this room whose family members miss them dearly, considering how long we've been here, that let's just take a look at policies other cities have implemented, and we'll see if it works or not. We can continue this for another day, but it's not a high priority issue. It won't be implemented before we have new deputies on the streets. We're looking at 6+ months right now before this comes back to us.
When will we get the new deputies?
Good evening. Commander Brent Benson, Orange County Sheriff's, Orange County Sheriff's Department. I know that Captain Pierce mentioned that we would look at 1 motor and 3 patrol deputies, but if the want of the city council and the city manager is 6 on July 1st, we can do that. So we can get you 6 patrol-trained deputies on July 1st if that's the want.
We have the money for that, right?
Best thing.
Sign the contract. If we approve the contract next meeting, okay, we'll have the money paid to them for six deputies, one of which will be a motor. Okay. No. Go ahead. Okay, I was just asked if we, 6, you said 5 or 6?
Track call, what we propose and what I think you approved is 1 motor officer and then 5 patrol deputies. So what we're going to look at.
We need the motor officer.
And Captain Pierce is been proactive with the thought that this contract would be approved and that we would move forward. So he's already taken steps so that on July 1st, when we take effect, we'll have a motor. We actually have a motor. We don't have to purchase one. We're going to utilize somebody else's motor. And then he's going to recruit somebody. We're hoping to get somebody that's already motor trained. So we're not sending the motor to motor training. And then 5 patrol deputies on top of that. So you'd have a total of 6 bodies, 1 motor, and 5 patrol deputies.
A motion to have private security.
I told you that was the best thing that was said all night.
You don't get that?
But maybe we can consider taking San Clemente's motor deputy because they have private security.
Can I answer anything else for you? Or?
Java, you have rescinded your item, correct?
I'm happy.
Sir, for your time,
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it.
Thanks.
All right, we're now going to item 12F.
13, item 13, items from the city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no items.
And from our esteemed city manager.
So I just want to share, we have our State of the City on June 26th, and originally we had the cap at 100 residents that we were going to provide food and whatnot for, but we already had 85 plus as of, I think, last week or 2 weeks ago, so I know we've increased it to 150. So we just want to make sure everybody who is planning on attending, please RSVP. We have to pre-order the food. We want to make sure we have enough for everybody who wants to come. So Zenya's giving me hand signs, but I can't read them. So just please, if you want to share that on your social media or with the groups or your neighborhoods, please encourage people to come out to our State of the City. It's going to be a great event. Thank you.
Good evening again, Mayor and members of City Council. In April 2025, Stanton deputies responded to 1,778 calls for service, which is an average of 59 calls per day. Deputies observed 672 violations of law and conducted over 406 patrol checks. Deputies made 77 arrests to include 28 felony bookings, 35 misdemeanor bookings, 14 warrant bookings, and 8 DUI bookings. Enforcement, Stanton deputies handled the following criminal activity in the month of April. 1 criminal homicide, 2 rapes, 6 robberies, 26 violent assaults, 1 arson, 5 burglaries, 51 thefts, and 15 stolen vehicles. Our response times for the month of April. Sorry about that. Response times for the month of April, priority 1s, 4 minutes and 54 seconds. Priority 2, 19 minutes and 24 seconds, and priority 3s were 38 minutes and 14 seconds. Investigations, Stanton Investigations received 42 new cases, closed 50 cases, and 4 of those cases were filed with the district attorney's office. Our special enforcement team had 31 probation and parolee contacts, 21 prostitution-related contacts, and 7 felony arrests, 5 misdemeanor arrests, 7 stolen vehicles recovered, 2 human trafficking victims, and 1 investigation for referral. This concludes my presentation, and I will be happy to answer any additional questions.
Do you guys, like the numbers you're giving us on priority 1 calls, 4 minutes, 54 seconds, I think it was, do you guys compare that with other cities? Do you use those stats to, I don't
We have the
know,
ability-
how fast the response times are?
We have the ability to look at response times throughout the
I'm
county,
just
yes.
curious how we rank.
Some months we're on par, and some months we're way ahead, and other times we can, so it can vary.
Okay.
That's all. Yeah.
Thank
Considering the upcoming State of the City and the launching or launch of our new rebranding campaign, how long till can we expect until we have the new city seal on the squad cars? Yeah, I might as well get a freebie if I can.
I would propose that it's not an agenda item to be discussed at this moment. So.
It's about law enforcement.
No budget for that.
Is it our budget?
So, it will be our budget.
Thank you all. If anybody needs a spousal note to prove that you're here, I'll be happy to write it for you. Other than that, please drive home safely, and thank you for your time.